Welcome to the program, everyone. My name is Brian Craig, and boy, oh boy, this is where MAGA comes to talk. And today, some of the biggest news of our lifetime is going on right now. And when you're living through these important inflection points in history, you don't often realize them. A lot of times you do. Sometimes you do, but a lot of times you don't. And there's a major historical inflection point, turning point, event that is happening right now, and we're going to cover it on today's program and take your calls. And what I've been talking about, with this little open here, is this. We have three blue states, three Democrat states that are in open rebellion against the United States government. I'm talking about Illinois, Oregon, and California. These three states are in open rebellion against the federal government of the United States. They're not only interfering with government business and federal agents sent directly under the personal order of the President of the United States, but they are endangering federal agents. And they're also organizing uprisings against the federal government. Now, this is clearly an insurrection going on by the governor of Illinois, the governor of Oregon, and the governor of California, as well as local officials as well are involved in this. And that's just the way it is, okay? That's just the way it is. And the sooner people realize that, the sooner we'll get them on the proper perspective of what's happening here. And what's happening is some pretty serious business, all right? And basically what the Democrats have done is they have formed a second Confederate States of America. And just so you guys know, the American Civil War, which is what the Civil War is commonly called, or the war between the states, the American Civil War, those are inaccurate terms, really. They're not specific enough. What the Civil War was the Democrat insurrection against the federal government of the United States. And the Democrats, when Republican President Abraham Lincoln was elected, the Democrats left the Congress. They walked out of the House. They walked out of the Senate. They formed the Confederate States of America. And that's what's going on now. The Democrats have formed their new or second Confederate States of America. It's only three states right now: Illinois, Oregon, and California. But they're definitely doing that. Now, I'm going to play some audio and share some video with you guys. If you're watching on the live stream with the green behind me, you're going to want to go to the main live stream. That's where you will see and hear all the audio and video that I'm sharing in the articles that I share. Now, there's many examples of this, but I'm going to highlight on one particular example right now. Okay? In Chicago, ICE agents, federal agents, under the direct authority of the Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, who's been there leading them, under the direct order of the President of the United States, have been conducting immigration raids, arrests, and deportations, right? Well, 10 cars, a group of liberals, I don't know if they're a mix of groups. I don't know if they're MS-13 Trinde, Antifa, Democrats, but 10 cars boxed in ICE vehicles. One woman rammed the rear of the ICE vehicle. She got out. She had a rifle, and there was a short gunfight between her and federal agents, and she took herself to the hospital. The governor of Illinois is blaming the ICE agents on this, as you'll hear later on in the program. But this is a story from Fox. Again, if you're watching on the live stream with the green behind me, if you go to the main stream, which is linked in the description of the video, you can see and hear all the audio and video I share. And if you're on hold, hang in there. We will take calls. This is Fox News report on what happened in Chicago.
These two suspects were charged in federal court this morning with using their vehicles to assault, impede, and interfere with the work of federal agents in Chicago. DHS says these two were part of a group of domestic terrorists who rammed federal agents with their vehicles and boxed them in with their cars last night in Broadview, Illinois. DHS says the woman, Miramar Martinez, was armed with a semi-automatic weapon and has a history of doxing agents. And the guy on the right of your screen, he was identified by authorities as Anthony Ian Santos Ruiz. They say he was driving one of the vehicles during this attack on law enforcement.
A 10-car caravan followed and stalked our agents and then circled them in and pinned them down. They had to shoot their way out of their cars in order to get to safety. So we do have some bounties that have been released on the heads of our agents, $10,000 to kill them, and they're naming specific agents. Okay,
now that was Kristi Noem there at the end. So then this dropped yesterday. I know this is crazy, right? 10 cars, and that is a direct attack. So this is some radio footage, police radio footage I want to share with you now from the Chicago Police Department. And the Chicago police are ordered over the radio not to respond and offer assistance to the federal agents who have just been attacked in this 10-car attack with armed people with rifles. This is the radio communication.
Okay. Any kind of particular hairstyle, just younger male Hispanic on foot wearing all black?
No hairstyle.
Okay, 10-4. And one is for the hit and run. This guy fled from the scene at 37th Place in Kedzie. It all started at I-55 in Kedzie. Then they fled southbound at Kedzie, where that offending vehicle crashed. They ran the federal agent off the road. They fled on foot westbound 37th Place from Kedzie. It was a male Hispanic younger wearing all black clothing. 90 man.
Listen.
Yeah, send the cars in that direction. Have them stay put 2 or 3 blocks away, all right? Have them hold tight until I give you further direction, please.
Hear that? There's the supervisor from the Chicago Police Department telling the officers, I'll play the rest of it, telling Chicago police officers to hold back and not assist the federal agents that are currently under attack by these 10-car domestic terrorists that are armed and crashing and ramming the ICE agents.
Have them stay put 2 or 3 blocks away, all right? Have them hold tight until I give you further direction, please.
Okay, 10-4. And for the units responding to 39th Place in Kedzie per 999, if you guys can just, for the units responding to 39th Place in Kedzie, if you guys can start heading there as quick as you can, and then just hold tight for instructions with 999.
999.
999.
For the chief of patrol, clear everybody up. We're not responding over there.
Okay, the chief. Now, if you're on hold, stand by. We'll get some calls in a bit. And if you'd like to call in about this, the number is pinned in the live stream. And again, if you're watching on the stream with the green behind me, click the link to my main stream in the description of the video, and you can see and hear all the audio. Now we've got the Chicago Police Department's chief of patrol officers, okay, who's ordering the Chicago police officers on the scene not to respond to these officers, these federal officers that are under attack, the ICE officers.
As quick as you can, and then just hold tight for instructions with 999.
999.
999.
For the chief of patrol, clear everybody up. We're not responding over there.
Per the chief of patrol, clear everybody out. We're not responding. Now we have ICE officers that are outnumbered. They're under armed attack. Their vehicles are being rammed by people dressed in all black, some kind of uniform. Some of them Hispanic. We don't know who they are. And the Chicago chief of patrol has ordered officers of the Chicago Police Department not to respond, not to give backup, not to give assistance. Never heard of such a thing like this happening outside of a movie.
It's 10-4, and for the units responding to 39th Place in Kedzie per 999, if you guys can just, for the units responding to 39th Place in Kedzie, if you guys can start heading there as quick as you can, and then just hold tight for instructions with 999.
999.
999.
So the chief of patrol, clear everybody up. We're not responding over there.
Radio check. And again, per the chief of patrol, we have all the units that, per 999, chief of patrol said all units clear out from there. We're not sending anybody over to that location.
62, we're going to clear out as soon as we can, Spot. We're like locked in over here, so we're going to do the best we can to get out of here as soon as we can.
Okay. Wow. So that is insanity. Now, I know we've got to have some police officers or former officers in the audience. I'd like to hear your thoughts on this. You know, I've seen some TV shows and movies where, you know, someone crossed, you know, worked with internal affairs and they didn't get any backup. But that's just in movies and TV shows. Never heard of something like this happening in real life. And to do it over the air, right? This wasn't something they did behind the scenes. These orders were given over the radio. Now, when this story first came out yesterday, I didn't rush and go with it because it's so insane. I wanted to make sure it was verified multiple times, and it has been. So the chief of patrol for the Chicago Police Department gave orders over the radio, which they know is recorded, to not respond to these federal officers that are under attack by an armed gang of 10 cars with rifles. These states are without question in open rebellion against the federal government. Is this not an insurrection? Should President Trump federalize the city of Chicago and the state of Illinois? Our number's toll free. It's pinned in the live chat. 1-888-465-2631. 888-465-2631. I want to hear your thoughts on this. If you're just tuning in and you're new to me, my name is Brian Craig. This is where MAGA comes to talk. Make sure you subscribe. And if you guys could do me the favor of taking the link to this program and sharing it on all your socials, that'd be great. Just click that share link and boom, share it on your socials. Let all your friends know about this program. Let me take some calls, but I do want to hear your thoughts on this. And I've really been thinking hard. I cannot think of another example of something like this happening in real life, and certainly not over the air where people are listening and it's being recorded. What's going on in Chicago? You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Mike from Louisiana.
Hey, Mike.
You know, correct me if I'm wrong, Brian. When a president takes the oath, isn't part of the oath to protect the nation from threats, both foreign and domestic?
Yeah.
Isn't that part of the oath?
Yeah, well, we don't know if these are domestic terrorists. I mean, they could be MS-13 and Trinidad de Agua.
So, but again, that the oath says that, and that's what he's trying to do. And by them doing this, they're trying to make him break his oath.
Yeah.
You know, break the oath.
I mean, have you ever heard of police officers on a radio call getting orders not to respond to law enforcement under attack, under fire? I've never heard of anything like that. Have you?
The closest thing that I remember something like that happening was on January 6th when the guys that were protecting that broken window walked away. Mm-hmm. You know, the
only time I've seen this that I can think of is an episode of Chicago PD. All right, and that's fiction. That's television. That's not real. You know, I've never seen something like this happen in real time. And that chief of patrol needs to be hauled in for questioning. He could have gotten these guys killed. And if you've seen the video of the accident, it was pretty brutal. All right, Mike, take care. This is the governor of Illinois, and he's on CNN talking with Jake Tapper about this story.
DHS says that CBP officers shot and wounded a woman in Chicago yesterday after, they say, she allegedly rammed a law enforcement vehicle, and agents were boxed in by multiple cars. The spokesperson for DHS, Tricia McLaughlin, accused Chicago police of leaving the scene and refusing to assist agents in securing the area
Now I just played for you guys the radio call of that, so we know that it is a fact. We have the police radio call recording now.
And refusing to assist agents in securing the area. What do you know about this incident? Were federal agents boxed in and assaulted?
Well, we don't have a lot of facts. What happens in these sorts of incidents is typically ICE puts out a press release before anybody else can speak with the press, and then it gets reported on social media and elsewhere. Remember, these are the same folks who killed a person, unarmed person.
See, now he's blaming ICE now. He's blaming the federal agents for this attack on the officers by this group of 10 cars, people wearing all black with rifles.
Just a couple of weeks ago in Franklin Park, at first they said that the officer had been threatened with his life. The reality of it and the truth of it has now come out, and that wasn't the case. They killed somebody. So here it's really hard to know exactly what the facts are, and they won't let us access the facts. They are just putting out their propaganda, and then we've got to later determine what actually happened.
Okay, so we know what happened because I played you the radio call. But Pritzker here, what he's doing right now, is blame. He knows what happened, right? He knows what happened. And he is blaming the ICE officers for the attack. Can you imagine what it's like? You're ICE officers, you're in an SUV, you get boxed in by 10 cars with armed people and they're crashing into you. They get out with rifles and shoot. You call out a desperate 911 call for assistance. Officers under fire, officers need help, and then a chief gets on the radio and says, "Do not respond." See, that police chief, the chief of patrol that gave that order over the radio to the officers to not respond, was trying to get the ICE officers killed. And here's some federal agents walking the streets of Chicago. This is from News Nation.
I agree that this isn't about Pritzker versus Trump, but I have a question of who's going to protect the people of Chicago and the people of this country from the ICE agents that are terrorizing the city. I live in the city of Chicago right now.
Hear this? The liberals blaming the ICE agents. The ICE agents are the villain. So, when I tell you that Illinois, Oregon, and California are in open rebellion against the federal government, that's not clickbait. It's not sensationalism. It is sadly true.
I agree that this isn't about Pritzker versus Trump, but I have a question of who's going to protect the people of Chicago and the people of this country from the ICE agents that are terrorizing the city. I live in the city of Chicago right now. People are absolutely terrified. There are amassed unidentified ICE agents and unidentified cars driving throughout the city, grabbing people off the streets. They took a Black Hawk helicopter and they rappelled down an apartment building, ransacked the entire place, handcuffed everybody, including kids, and then looked at their immigration papers later. They're not going after people.
Yeah, well, they can't look at they're firing at them. They detain them, then they check their immigration status. Notice again, the enemy are the federal agents. That's the enemy, and the left keep presenting this. All right, take some more calls. If you'd like to call in, the number is pinned at the top of the live chat, 888-465-2631. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, Brian. Good morning. This is George, the major, the C-130 pilot and ex-CIA.
Yep, what's up, George?
I'm so pissed. I'm so pissed off at the folks in Illinois. You think the president will declare martial law in Illinois?
It's hard to say. I mean, we are in completely new territory here. We're dealing with something we've never dealt with before.
This is so crazy. I can't believe it's happening in America.
Yeah.
My God.
Yeah, I know.
All right.
Well, it is.
Hey, keep up the good work, and my God, we need to really fight back.
Well, no, we don't need to do anything. President Trump's doing what he's doing. He's sending in the National Guard. I'm sure they're sending in more federal agents. They're handling everything. We don't need to do anything. President Trump's got it under control. Now, I want to tell you, it's October. Those of you that are Medicare recipients, it's open enrollment period. Get free Medicare help from Chapter. The number's on your screen, 800-754-3033. It's also in the description of the video. You know, Medicare is very confusing. You're going to start getting a lot of mailers and, you know, bombarded with television commercials with old celebrities that you remember from some show in the 70s or the 80s. But, you know, there's big changes. You know, there's some insurance companies that are pulling out of Medicare altogether this year. I know, that's crazy. Multiple plans. Multiple Medicare plans are being dropped. And if you're one of the hundreds of thousands of Medicare beneficiaries who are impacted, don't worry. I've got you covered with Chapter. Chapter can help you in whichever state you're in. They cover the entire United States. When you call, you're going to get a live agent on the phone. They're going to give you a free review of your current plan and walk you through all your Medicare options. Remember, it's free. And they're also carrier neutral. And what that means is they have access to all of the over 20,000 Medicare policies that are out there, and they're going to find the best one for you. They're not hooked up to a particular carrier trying to push you into that. They'll make sure your prescriptions, your doctors are covered, and that you have the best plan. In fact, each year, the average Chapter client saves $1,100 a year on their Medicare. Once open enrollment is over, that's it. So give them a call, 805-754-3033, 805-754-3033. That's 805-754-3033 for Chapter. Give them a call no matter what state you are in. All right, you're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello, my name is Barry McCockiner, and I'm calling from Idaho.
Mm-hmm.
And I just wanted to ask you, if Donald Trump walked into your recording room right now, would you fillet you with his penis?
Yeah. I mean, how old are you? Are you a grown-up? How old are you?
I'm 67, sir.
67? 67? What year were you born?
Barry McCocker from Idaho.
Yeah, that's I know what year, exactly. Doesn't know what year he was born in. You know, there you go. There you have the Antifa generation. You know, there is, listen, there's always been divisions in this country. But when you look at the violent opposition, it always comes from the left. And here they are with their second Confederacy. And it's a very similar thing to what the Democrats are doing now is what they were doing in 1860. They wanted to keep their slaves in 1860. Now they want to keep their new slaves, their migrants, right? Who watch their kids, work for cheap in their restaurants, mow their lawns, work on their farms, work cheap, cleaning their houses, right? Remember what Ozzy Osbourne's daughter said? Who's going to clean your toilet, right? And the Democrats, and of course they want to keep the brothels and everything filled too for all the sex traffickers that are bringing people here. The Democrats then and now are fighting to keep their slaves. These are just their new slaves. Their new slaves are the migrants. And I think it's important, there's so much news happening with this, and everyone's covering it. If you put it in the proper perspective of what is happening, that we have these 3 states in open rebellion against the federal government, that the governors of each state are leading an insurrection against the federal government. They're interrupting government business. The ICE operations are government business. They're interrupting direct orders from the executive branch of the United States federal government, from the President of the United States, senior cabinet officials working well within their jurisdiction of federal law enforcement. We have federal officers under enemy fire from domestic terrorists. They're outmanned, outgunned. We get the Chicago police on the radio, chief saying, don't respond. We're not going to give them backup. If that is not rebellion against the federal government, I don't know what is. Are these 3 states leading an insurrection against the federal government? And it would seem to me that they are. And, as this goes on, it's going to get worse. And the reason it's going to get worse is because the Democrats are continuing to incite violence. I'm going to play the rest of this story from this liberal idiot on News Nation.
I agree that this isn't about Pritzker versus Trump, but I have a question of who's going to protect the people of Chicago and the people of this country from the ICE agents that are terrorizing the city. I live in the city of Chicago right now. People are absolutely terrified. There are amassed unidentified ICE agents and unidentified cars driving throughout the city, grabbing people off the streets.
They're called federal fugitives. Illegals are federal fugitives.
Took a Black Hawk helicopter and they rappelled down an apartment building, ransacked the entire place, handcuffed everybody, including kids. And
yeah, that is true. They conducted a raid. They used a helicopter, and they separate the children from the adults to determine if these children are being trafficked, either labor trafficked or sex trafficked. They're trying to find out if the people they're staying with are their parents, or are they holding them hostage? That's exactly right.
And then looked at their immigration papers later. They're not going after people who are here violently, who are being violent. They're going after all kinds of people based on their skin color, and that isn't right. And look, there are real problems in this country on immigration. We should secure our border. We should remove people who are violent. But this situation is out of control. And there are a ton of peaceful protesters at the Broadview facility right now. Now they're calling in the National Guard, which the people of Chicago do not want. This needs to end because the situation here is a powder keg and it's only going to get worse.
It doesn't matter what they say the people of Chicago want or don't want. We have federal agents that are under attack and being fired on and attacked by armed, organized, uniformed gangs with rifles in a very well-organized attack. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Very well-organized.
You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Ohio.
All right, hold on a second. We'll get back to you. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
My name is LaDonna, and I'm calling from Maryland.
Yes, Maryland. What's on your mind?
I'm just wondering if you really believe what you're saying. Because if you do, you're taking the same medication that the president is, which kills your brain.
Uh-huh. What am I saying that you question whether or not I believe it?
Well, it's not necessarily what you're saying. It's just your loyalty to a man who poo-poos in his pants and who can't pronounce.
No, excuse me, I'm not a Biden supporter. I'm not a Biden supporter. You see the hat I'm wearing? It says Trump 2028. He's the one that wore the diapers.
Everyone who criticizes Donald Trump automatically bring up Biden? There is no.
Well, no, you brought up Biden. You said you're confused. You said that I support a president who poops his pants, and I'm telling you, I'm not a Biden supporter. He's the one that was doing that, not President Trump.
No, the president is too.
Okay, now we're talking though. We're talking. Excuse me, lady. We have federal agents that have been under attack by uniformed insurgents in Chicago. The chief of the patrol of the Chicago police ordered police officers not to give them backup while they were under attack. There is a rebellion going on against the federal government by Illinois, Oregon, and California. What are your thoughts on this new Confederate states?
So, what about January 6th?
We're talking about now.
Those policemen then? No, I'm talking about then, because you.
Well, then you're not talking to me, because we talk about news on this program, and news, you drop the S, it says new. We're not here to relive. And by the way, this her opinions on January 6th are wrong. I don't want to get sidetracked on that. But even if she were right, this you're another example. It's called the you're another fallacy. Right? You don't point to one wrong to justify another wrong. Not that January 6th was wrong, by the way, but you know what I mean. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi there. I'm Sam, and I'm calling because I would just like to ask you about your hat.
Yes.
I voted for Trump in 2018 in the midterm, and I think it's definitely fair that he won the election in 2024. I'm not a.
How'd you vote for Trump in 2018? How'd you vote for Trump in 2018?
It was during a midterm.
He wasn't on the ballot in 2018. Why don't you just tell the truth that you're a Democrat with your creepy voice, that you don't like Trump, and just tell me. You don't have to pretend to be MAGA.
I'm sort of a middle of the road person. But
Middle of the road. No, you're a liar.
I think we should try to protect the Constitution. We have a 2-term max, and we should not be supporting.
We've only had the Constitution has been amended 27 times, and we did not have term limits until the early 1950s. So maybe when they amended the Constitution in the 50s, they were going against the majority of our country's constitutional history. Maybe they were the ones that did the wrong thing.
Sir, you're welcome to the opinion, but I think we're going down
my opinion? You mean, hold on a second. The Constitution's been amended 27 times. How is it unconstitutional to amend the Constitution? I thought it was a living, breathing document that grows with the time.
That's a good point. But I just think we should try to be more centrist.
I think we should be more centrist. I would like to talk to callers who don't lie to me. You said you voted for Trump in 2018 when he was. Why are you pretending to be a Trump supporter?
I did. I mean,
you didn't. He wasn't on the ballot in 2018. What'd you do? Write him in? He wasn't on the ballot.
Okay, I didn't vote for him in a presidential election. But
you said you voted for him in 2018. Oh my goodness. All right, now we're going to be switching to the radio. We got a couple minutes. Let me take another call. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
I'm going to be switching. My name is Gabe from Ohio.
Gabe, turn down the volume of whatever you're listening to me on in the background.
My name is Gabe from
While you're doing that, I'll put you on hold. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Yeah, that's what I thought. All right, Gabe. Turn down the volume in the background, Gabe.
Yeah, sorry about that.
That's okay.
I'm just wondering if you and all the other MAGA supporters get, like, a deal on the bulk tinfoil you buy for your conspiracy theories.
What have I said that you think is a conspiracy theory?
You're not worth my time, you or Trump.
But you've been on hold. You've been on hold for like 15 minutes. What do you mean I'm not worth your time? All right, we got a little more time. Let's take another call. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
My name is Ravon Jones. I'm calling from Las Vegas, Nevada.
Hey, what's up?
I just wanted to ask a quick question. I would say independent or I'm not a Republican or a Democrat.
Yes.
I consider myself an American. Right now, okay, so let me say this. In 2016, I supported Trump. In 2020, I didn't like how he handled COVID. So I didn't support him, and then in 2024, I'm like 50-50. Like, I like the stuff that he's doing as far as making the country stronger, but I don't really like the stuff that he's doing as far as behind the scenes.
Like what? Give me an example. Give me the biggest thing he's doing that you don't like.
Well, I don't like that he's able to just. Well, he's making behind the scenes back house deals. Like, let me give you a big one. Like, he is profiting off of being president. Like, he's come out with. I don't think that presidents should be allowed to do that. And I don't.
No,
think
he actually doesn't take a salary. You know, he donates his salary every time he's paid.
No, he doesn't. That's true. That's true. He doesn't take a salary. But he profits in other ways.
Well, he owns a bunch of businesses. You know, these other presidents are losers who take bribes from donors. President Trump owns businesses around the world. It's not a crime to make money. What's he supposed to shut down all his businesses?
That's not even what I called him for. I just had a quick question for you. So in 2020, people saw Biden, when Biden was when he was first elected, he seemed like he was someone who would be a good fit for president.
No, not at all. Hold on. I'm going to put you. Hold on for a second. I'm up again. I got to hold on. We're getting the radio's getting ready to switch us over. So I'm going to put you on hold for a minute, and I'll get back to you. No, I don't have time. No, you got to wait. Hold on. Stand by. Welcome to the program, everyone. My name is Brian Craig. You are listening to Florida's longest-running radio show on the radio since 1977, celebrating 49 years on the radio. If you're on hold, stand by. All right, there's a lot going on, and if you're just, I want to recap what's happened over the past few days and put all of this in a perspective that no one in the media is putting this in, what's going on in this country right now. And I'm going to tell you my conclusion in the beginning, and then I'm going to give you some examples to back it up. And if you're on hold, stand by. We will get to the calls in just a bit. Right now, the state of Illinois, the state of Oregon, and the state of California are involved in an open rebellion against the federal government of the United States. There's no doubt about that, okay? The United States government, with our duly elected President of the United States, is involved in immigration raids, which is part of the duties of the federal government, and immigration raids have been going on my entire life. And we have governors, police chiefs, and local officials not just instigating violence against them, but also organizing it. And these three states, California, Oregon, and Illinois, have formed a new Democrat Confederate States of America. And, you know, just to go back a bit, in 1860, when the first Republican was elected president, Abraham Lincoln, the Democrats left the House and Senate, got together with their governors, and formed the Confederate States of America. Remember that? Right. The South, the Confederacy, the Confederate States of America, was a Democrat government and a Democrat rebellion against the federal government of the United States because they didn't like the way the election turned out. The American people voted for Abraham Lincoln and elected him. They didn't like it, so they went in rebellion, state by state. Not all at once, took some time, but they did it. Now the Democrats have formed a new Confederate States, or maybe this is just a continuation of the original. California, Oregon, and Illinois are in open rebellion. And I'm going to give you a very specific example, which is one of the most chilling things I have ever heard. If you're just tuning in, my name is Brian Craig. This is Florida's longest-running radio show, The Steve Kane Show. Our number is toll-free wherever you're listening, 888-465-2631, 888-465-2631. I'm going to share with you a story from Fox News. There were a group of ICE agents. Remember, ICE agents are federal agents like the FBI, the Secret Service, ATF. They're police officers. They're federal police officers, ICE agents. ICE agents in Chicago are in an SUV. They are surrounded and boxed in by 10 vehicles of armed individuals wearing all black. One of the vehicles behind the ICE car is driven by a woman with a rifle who rams the ICE vehicle pretty hard, gets out with her rifle, and gets involved in a gun battle. Yeah. The ICE agents returned fire. She got shot. She got away because the ICE agents escaped. She drove herself to a hospital. The ICE agents who were under attack by these 10 vehicles that had them boxed in are outnumbered and outgunned. They called for backup. The Chicago Police Department's police chief of patrol orders Chicago police officers on the police radio not to respond and give assistance to the ICE officers. I'm going to play you the whole thing right now. This is the Fox News report on the incident.
These two suspects were charged in federal court this morning with using their vehicles to assault, impede, and interfere with the work of federal agents in Chicago. DHS says these two were part of a group of domestic terrorists who rammed federal agents with their vehicles and boxed them in with their cars last night in Broadview, Illinois. DHS says the woman, Miramar Martinez, was armed with a semi-automatic weapon and has a history of doxing agents. And the guy on the right of your screen, he was identified by authorities as Anthony Ian Santos Ruiz. They say he was driving one of the vehicles during this attack on law enforcement.
Wow. This is Kristi Noem is speaking. This is on Fox.
A 10-car caravan followed and stalked our agents and then circled them in and pinned them down. They had to shoot their way out of their cars in order to get to safety. So we do have some bounties that have been released on the heads of our agents, $10,000 to kill them, and they're naming specific agents.
Okay, so they're under attack. They've got a price on their head. They put out a radio call that officers under fire, officers need assistance. And I was in shock. When this first dropped, when I first got this audio I'm going to share with you now, I didn't go public with it right away. I wanted it to be verified by multiple sources before I did, because I've never seen anything like this happen in real life. I've seen it in television shows, police television shows and such, and movies, but never in real life. The Chicago, this next piece of audio that I'm going to share with you is a recording of the Chicago Police Patrol's radio dispatcher. The Chicago Police Chief of Patrol orders Chicago police officers to not respond to these ICE officers under attack. Listen carefully.
Okay. Any kind of particular hairstyle, just younger male Hispanic on foot wearing all black?
No hairstyle.
Okay, 10-4. And one is for the hit and run. This guy fled from the scene at 37th Place in Kedzie. It all started at I-55 in Kedzie. Then they fled southbound at Kedzie, where that offending vehicle crashed. They ran the federal agent off the road. They fled on foot westbound 37th Place from Kedzie. It was a male Hispanic younger wearing all black clothing. 99.
Yeah, send the cars in that direction. Have them stay put 2 or 3 blocks away, all right? Have them hold tight until I give you further direction, please.
Do you hear that?
Okay, 10-4. And for the units responding to 39th Place in Kedzie per 999.
Okay, did you hear that? We get an order. An order just went out over the air to police officers, Chicago police officers, during this attack. The ICE officers are boxed in by 10 cars. There's a gun battle. There are shots being fired. It's an organized, coordinated attack. They're wearing all black. They're in uniform. They have rifles. Chicago police just ordered over the radio not to respond, not to give assistance. Then there comes a confirmation. I rewound it a little bit. Listen.
Crash. They ran the federal agent off the road. They fled on foot westbound 37th Place from Kedzie. It was a male Hispanic younger wearing all black clothing. 99.
Yeah, send the cars in that direction. Have them stay put 2 or 3 blocks away, all right? Have them hold tight until I give you further direction, please.
Okay, 10-4. And for the units responding to 39th Place in Kedzie per 999, if you guys can just... For the units responding to 39th Place in Kedzie, if you guys can start heading there as quick as you can, and then just hold tight for instructions with 999.
999.
999.
For the Chief of Patrol, clear everybody up. We're not responding over there.
Wow. Per the Chief of Chicago Police Chief, per Chief of Patrol, we're not responding. The stand-down order has been given. It's been confirmed. Coming from the Chief of Patrol for the Chicago Police Department.
Heading to 39th Place in Kedzie, if you guys can start heading there as quick as you can, and then just hold tight for instructions with 999.
999.
999.
For the Chief of Patrol, clear everybody up. We're not responding over there.
Radio check. And again, per the Chief of Patrol, we have all the units that per 999, Chief of Patrol said all units clear out from there. We're not sending anybody over to that location.
62, we're going to clear out as soon as we can, Spot. We're like locked in over here, so we're going to do the best we can to get out of here as soon as we can.
Wow. Stand down order given, and then confirmed, and then the Chief of Patrol. The Chief of Patrol is trying to get the ICE agents killed. That's it. I mean, my goodness. We've all seen the Untouchables. You know. We know that it used to be corrupt in Chicago, but today it's just like the 30s all over again. It's not the prohibitionist. It's the Trinde, it's the MS-13ers, and who knows who else owns the Chicago police. So when I tell you that these states are in open rebellion, I'm not kidding. This is a textbook example of it. Now, if you're on hold, stand by. It is Monday. We are back. And I know. What a story, huh? You know, I want to tell you guys about Friendly Tire in Margate. Oh, man, the roads are wet this morning, aren't they, here in South Florida? Don't be driving around on tires that are bald. That's dangerous. Get some tires that have the proper tread so that you and your family are safe. You have to hit those brakes. You don't want to go sliding. You want to stop. Go to Friendly Tire in Margate. You know, he has thousands of good quality used tires in stock, but you can get new tires out the door and on the road for as low as $75 a tire. And remember, Friendly Tire not only can get you all the brands you know and love, but he doesn't charge you to balance the tire, mount the tire, or even dispose of your old tires. So when you call Friendly Mike at Friendly Tire, the quote he gives you is out the door and on the road. All right? That's for new and used tires. New tires as low as $75 a tire out the door and on the road. And remember, those are for common sizes on some of the most popular and common vehicles on the road today. Give Friendly Tire a call, 954-977-9445. 954-977-9445. That's 954-977-9445. If you're on hold, stand by. It's the Steve Kane Show. My name is Brian Craig. We'll be right back.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our biggest 3-in-1 sale ever with a limited edition product, a back-in-stock special, and a closeout deal you won't find anywhere else. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get our MyPillow bed sheets only $29.88. Any color, any style, any size, even kings. Regular $119.98, only $29.88. Once they're gone for good. How about our My Towels? They're finally back in stock, but not for long. Get a 6-piece My Towel set, regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And for the first time and the only time ever, get our limited edition premium My Pillows. They're made with Giza cotton and designer gusset. Queen $17.98, Kings only $19.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get the best offers ever. Quantities are extremely limited, so order now.
Wow, I know some scary stuff. Hey, guys, I want to tell you all that I had my meeting with My Pillow. You know, My Pillow has sponsored the expansion of the program, the extra hour each morning, my afternoon show, the weekend programming, and all of that. I got my first report after this expansion, and they're sticking with us. So you guys have been responding. So continue to go to mypillow.com and use our promo code Kane at checkout, Kane, because they are sticking with us with the expansion of their support and advertising on the program because you all supported them this first month that they did it. So it's promo code Kane at checkout, Kane, and you got to keep doing that so they'll keep supporting the expansion, and I do greatly appreciate that. Let's see here. When are we going to be back here? Okay. All right, I'm going to take a call. We got some time. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Doc from Texas.
Hey, Texas. What's up?
Hey, man. How you doing this morning?
I'm not well. I mean, we have federal agents being fired upon by organized, armed, possibly foreign nationals, domestic terrorists, foreign terrorists, and the Chicago police is ordering their officers not to give assistance.
Well, the reason I'm calling about that. I thought ICE was such big dogs. Why didn't Chicago PD to back them up? I thought ICE was so big men. They harassing everybody, and I didn't need.
They're harassing everyone?
Yeah, they are, Brian.
Are you?
Yes,
are you?
Yeah,
have you ever been arrested?
Nope, because I'm a law-abiding.
Okay, because you're talking like a criminal. You had one ICE vehicle that was boxed in and attacked by a gang of terrorists in 10 vehicles. So they were outnumbered and they need backup. What are they? They supposed to? Right. You got a couple of guys. They're supposed to take on 10 cars filled with.
I thought ICE go in harder.
You know what? You're going to hear me say something you've never heard. You know, I thought you were a nice guy, not some sick SOB. Okay, I mean, you are just a disgusting person. No, you're not. You are defending a group in 10 cars of armed people with rifles attacking police officers. What the hell is wrong with you? It was wrong? I didn't hear that. Thank you for your call. I almost used profanity, which I didn't. We're in break on the radio, but just in case Mike hit the button, I stopped myself. We're going to be back in just 30 seconds. We'll be back, and I'll go back to the calls. I stopped myself from using profanity. Oh, my goodness. I have not been so angry at a caller in a long time as I was that guy. I really had to cool my jets. All right, we're going to be back here shortly. Stand by. Welcome back, one and all. I'm Brian. It's the Steve Kane Show. I must tell you, what's going on with the left in this country is beyond disgusting. We are in such a strange phase of things in this country right now. These 3 states that are in open rebellion against the federal government, okay? I mean, there's no other way around it. I haven't heard one Democrat, including the governor of Illinois, condemn it. In fact, what I hear from them is defense of the action against the officers. All right, let's take some more calls. Oh, hold on. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Am I coming in okay?
Yeah, put your mouth a little closer to the phone, but I can hear you. Go ahead.
What's up, Brian?
What's your name? Where are you calling from? All right, I guess he gave up. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, hey, good morning, Brian. Danielle calling from Michigan.
Hey, Danielle.
I just wanted, hey, good morning.
Hey, hold on, Danielle. Let me answer these lines coming in. The phones are ringing. All right, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, extremely disturbing.
It is.
What's happened. I'm so frightened for our police and our ICE. The last caller, the previous caller that you had that was questioning why ICE couldn't handle 10 cars surrounding. What an absolute fool. I hope he or she is listening. What an absolute foolish thing to call and say to you on your show.
Yeah, I got so angry at that caller. I almost used profanity. Yeah. I almost had to dump myself, and I stopped myself right as I was about to say. I have never, these were armed people, probably MS-13 or the Trinda guys, okay? Maybe some Antifa mixed. They're Hispanic. They've got rifles. They crashed into the ICE vehicle, and then they get involved in a gun battle with overwhelming odds against them, and then this police chief in Chicago orders the officers not to respond. The police chief, is he on the take, this guy? What kind of move is that?
Brian, my blood is just boiling to the degree of I can't believe what is. I'm hoping. Oh, Brian, my blood is boiled right now. That caller should be. I'm going to tell you something. That caller should really be ashamed of.
Well, I think all Democrats should be ashamed with what's going on here.
Too. They're all for crime.
This is not just crime. Don't you understand? This is a rebellion. The state of Illinois, the state of Oregon, and the state of California are in open rebellion against the federal government because they don't like the way the election turned out. Not only have they been encouraging violence, not just the assassination of Charlie Kirk, but now we have the chief of patrol for the Chicago Police Department on the radio ordering officers not to respond to these federal agents under attack.
Exactly. Something.
Well, you got to ask yourself. This is how bad it is. Whoever's running Chicago and Illinois, their minds are so far gone. It's one thing that the police chief is doing that. That's bad enough. But to do it over the radio that he knows everybody will hear and is being recorded shows that the chief of the patrol of the Chicago PD doesn't even know the difference between right and wrong. And he was trying to get these agents killed.
Needs to be played for everybody to hear. See, these people are just exposing the pure evil that they represent and that they stand for, so everybody can see. This is I'm horrified. I'm horrified by this story.
It's scary.
It gives me chills.
It's scary.
It's
and by the way, these police officers that didn't that followed those orders, they're criminals too. Remember Nuremberg? You don't follow unlawful orders. So those officers that didn't respond, they're criminals too.
I agree 100%. Something needs to be done, and thank goodness for President Trump being in office and his administration.
Well, I'm here to tell you that I think that the city of Chicago and the surrounding area should be put under federal control. The local government is not functioning. Maybe the whole state.
100%. I agree. I have a sister that lives there and hasn't been down to the city, she said, in years, and she won't. She lives north of the city. Her and her family will not go.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm fearful for her. She's in a nice suburb, but I'm still fearful for her.
Yeah.
It's terrible, but thank goodness we have a commander in chief that wants law and order.
Yeah.
And, thank goodness. Could you imagine if it was oh my goodness.
No.
Brian, thank you kindly, and I love your show. I can't call as much as I normally do, but I listen every day. I love your show, and that caller, really reads.
That was really bad. All right, I appreciate the call. Thanks so much. All right, let's go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, Brian. This is Richie.
Hey, Richie.
This first of all, it's not an insurrection against the federal government. It's human beings that are police officers. ICE are human beings, and they, in other words, if there's political disagreements, which obviously there are, okay, I can understand the police department not assisting ICE in going after the illegal people in this country because they don't have to assist them, but they definitely have to defend them.
No, that's no. Hold on a second here. Hold. Okay, finish up with what you're saying.
Yeah, what I'm saying is ICE doesn't have arrest powers for regular people in the street. They're going after people here illegal. That's their function. Now, the police department has an obligation, whether you're an ICE officer or a civilian or another police officer, to go in there without question to if they're under attack.
Well, that's all true, but you said this isn't a rebellion. I'm here to tell you that the governor of Illinois is backing these monsters. The governor of Oregon, that looks like Rachel Maddow with gray hair, is backing Antifa, and the governor of California has been backing the Mexican gang members attacking federal agents too. If that's not a rebellion against the federal government, what is it?
No, it is because they also have these low-level judges interfering over the president of the United States, unelected judges. I believe at this point, maybe you think I'm crazy, President Trump should pull out all the ICE officers out of these places.
You're out of your mind.
And then go, hold on, let me finish, and bring in the Army, literally the Army if their police aren't going to protect these officers, the Army, and let them defy the court, and just go in with the Army.
Yeah.
That's what they did in Washington. Protect these ICE officers, and then let these ICE officers go in under protection of the United States
President
Army.
Trump's doing just that. Like they got this liberal judge that wouldn't let him use the Illinois and the Oregon National Guard, so he's using the Texas National Guard to send them to Portland and Chicago. And those Texas National Guardsmen aren't going to mess around with those Chicago lunatics.
No, you see, when you said I'm out of my mind, right now these ICE officers are it's obvious they're on their own, and that's wrong. And the FBI should investigate and drag all these people in immediately and federally charge.
Be nice if Kash Patel and Dan Bongino did something.
Federally charge them. I looked up something, and in other words, they're obligated.
The chief of patrol that ordered those officers to stand down needs to be brought in for questioning, and they need to look and find out about his finances. What's possessing this guy to order the officers not to respond to these federal agents under fire?
He needs to be arrested. I'm sorry
Yeah.
to say, he has badge.
Absolutely.
He needs to be arrested immediately in his bed, because that'll send a message to all of them that are trying to
All right.
pull this crap.
I'm late for the break, Richie. I appreciate the call. If you're on hold, stand by. I'm Brian, Steve Kane Show. Back after this. All right, we're in a radio station break, but I'll take another call or two during the break. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Miss Stinson calling out of Atlanta, Georgia.
Hey, what's up?
Well, I was calling to let you know you're doing a great job. I've been watching your show.
Thank you.
And I'm a big Trump supporter, and I'm with you 100% on what you're saying they need to do. I hate this happened in Chicago, and I hate that happened to the ICE agents, because we need those ICE agents, and they all have families.
Yeah, they do.
And that's all I wanted to say, Brian.
All right. Well, I appreciate your call. Now we're in October. It is open enrollment period. If you're a Medicare recipient, call Chapter. No matter what state you're in, they can help you. You know, the average Chapter client saves over $1,100 a year. The number is 805-754-3033. 805-754-3033. You're going to get a live agent. They're what I call a carrier neutral agency. And what I mean by that is they don't represent just a single agency. They have access to all of them, okay? And there's over 20,000 Medicare policies out there. And, at the end of the year, there are insurance companies that are pulling out of counties and states and out of Medicare altogether. So you want to make sure you have coverage. When you call the number, it's also in the description of the video, 805-754-3033. They'll make sure you have all the coverage that you're entitled to. They'll make sure you're not paying too much. Remember, the average Chapter client saves $1,100 a year. They'll make sure your doctors and prescriptions are covered and that your insurance policy is in place. Once open enrollment is over, it's over, okay? So you got to do this while it's in effect. Give them a call today, all right? 805-754-3033. You're going to get a live agent on the phone, all right? Okay, you're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, Brian. My name's Sam. I'm the midterm guy. You call it coward.
It's one call per day, but I'll let you back for now. But it's typically one call per show. But go ahead.
I appreciate it. I agree that my stance on Trump is probably not as strong as yours or many other Trump supporters, but
why don't you talk about what's on the table? We have federal agents Democrat governors are in rebellion against the federal. It doesn't matter who the hell you voted for. He's the president. He has sent federal agents to Chicago. He sent federal agents to Los Angeles. He sent federal agents to Portland. The governors of those states and local Democrat officials are attacking them. That's what we're talking about.
I would like to hear your thoughts on. So I think there's actually a higher priority than what the left and right are currently arguing about, and that's AI. And I worry that...
Yeah, well, on your show, you can talk about AI. Listen, well, that's not what I'm talking about. You get yourself a computer show, you can talk about AI. I think it's more important that people are being killed.
The Godfather...
Excuse me, no. We're not going to have liberals call in here and distract us. I take calls open and screenless and unvetted on the program, but you got to call in about what the topics are, except on Fridays. We're not here to let you guys do some show. Or, hey, it's open mic day. Call in and take over the show. That's not how it works. And we're not going to have liberals call in and distract us and get us talking about the dangers of AI. I think more than AI, the dangers are federal agents being shot at by terrorists armed with rifles and police chiefs ordering officers not to respond. That's just me. But, you get your own show, and you can, talk about the issues that you think are more important, like computer crap. I mean, my goodness. This is just some really, really scary stuff here. All right, we'll be back in less than 30 seconds. If you're on hold, hang in there. I'll do a recap. I'll bring up some new things, and we will go back to the calls. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian Craig. You're listening to The Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest-running radio show. If you're just tuning in, I'll replay some of this audio later in the program. I want to play it every hour. But just to do a recap, then I'll bring in some new things. And if you're on hold, hang in there. If you'd like to call in, the number's toll-free, 1-888-465-2631. 888-465-2631. What I've been talking about this morning is we have Illinois, Oregon, and California in open rebellion against the federal government. This is the Democrats' second confederacy, new confederacy, or maybe it's just a continuation of the original Confederate States of America from the Civil War. They are actively encouraging and in some instances even backing attacks, not just on conservatives, but now on federal agents in Chicago. And we had the Battle of Los Angeles a couple months ago. Right now, there are two battles going on in America. The Battle of Chicago and the battle in Portland, where the Antifa have been there for over 100 nights attacking federal agents there in front of the ICE facility. So the new update over the weekend, ICE agents in one SUV were boxed in by 10 vehicles of terrorists. We don't know if they're domestic terrorists or MS-13 or the Trinda guys, foreign-based terrorists. We don't know, but certainly terrorists. They boxed them in, got out of started ramming. They were ramming pretty brutally the ICE vehicle, got out of their vehicles with rifles and started firing on the ICE agents. These are federal agents. They're like FBI, ATF, any of the other agencies, Treasury agents. They're federal agents. The ICE officers are outgunned. They radio for backup. The chief of patrol for the Chicago Police Department gives an order out on the radio that Chicago officers are not to respond. I'm going to replay all of that audio coming up. Here's Jake Tapper on CNN. Listen to this.
Crackling tinderbox that is the city of Chicago this weekend. Last night, the president announced he is authorizing 300 members of the Illinois National Guard to, quote, protect federal officers and assets in Chicago over the objections of the state's Democratic governor, J.B. Pritzker. Just moments ago, the Homeland Security Secretary responded to Chicago's mayor, who called ICE's actions, quote, dangerous and reckless.
People on the streets are clapping as we do our work. They're clapping as these officers are arresting these bad criminals. This is a war zone. His city is a war zone, and he's lying so that criminals can go in there and destroy people's lives. Where we have gone, we've made it much more free. People are much safer.
Yeah. So, this and there has been a major escalation going on right now, and a major escalation. And the escalation is this. So we have these judges stopping the National Guard in these liberal states. So the president is using the Texas National Guard, sending them to Portland, Illinois too. So now we have out-of-state National Guards being deployed to other states because the governors are defying the federal government in the rebellion when the commander-in-chief calls them up. The National Guard is being called up not to do arrests, not to raid buildings that are filled with illegals. What's going on with the National Guard is they're there to give protection of the federal officers and the federal buildings that are being attacked, whether it's Antifa in Chicago, the ICE facility in L.A., or in Chicago. And what the Democrats are doing, it shows you who their constituents are, right? That's for sure. But this ties into the government shutdown. See, remember how Rush used to say that the Democrats run the same old plays? They have that same old worn-out playbook, and they just run the same old plays. They're doing with the government shutdown a similar tactic that they're using in this rebellion against the federal government, the president of the United States, with ICE that we've been talking about. They think that they can get the Republicans, the president, to stand down. They think that the Republicans are going to cave on the budget. They think that the Republicans are going to force Trump to pull back the ICE agents and the National Guard from these states in rebellion. And the reason they think that is because that is how Democrats handled things before and the Republicans caved in the past. This isn't about who you voted for or some Black Hawk helicopter with agents rappelling down on a building in Chicago. It's not about any of that. The agents are enforcing federal crimes. It's really scary. It shows you how powerful this illegal occupation of our country is, right? You know, this police chief in Chicago that ordered the stand-down order for the ICE agents on the radio asking for backup while they were under attack by these terrorists. How did he know so much about what was going on to order the stand-down? See, these trendy MS-13ers and Antifa are embedded in our police departments, our local governments, and our state governments in blue states. That's it. They're embedded with them. And what we need is a purge and an arrest. And it's sad that there's an escalation going on. No one's happy about it, not even Trump. And, you know, we all knew that the deportations, that liberals would not be happy with them, and expected the liberal fake news media to have, you know, all kinds of negative coverage about it. We expected protest, but did you expect police chiefs and governors to actually work against the federal agents and try to get them shot, as what happened in Chicago? I didn't think it'd go that far. Certainly not this far away from the southern border. So how much of our country has been conquered by these people? All right, our number's toll-free, 1-888-465-2631. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
I can.
Good morning, IB, Brian. How
Hey,
are
IB.
you, buddy?
All right, what's up?
We're in rough times. Over a month ago, when Trump first went to L.A., it's the first time that when that guy shot on the expressway, when he took the open gun and shot at the ICE, it was no longer a silent civil war that I told you that we were in. Now it's out in the open, and the faces are being shown more and more.
Yes.
And you just made the beautiful comment when you say they are embedded in the police, because that guy there who told those cops to stand down sounded to me like a younger Spanish man. You can't really detect the Hispanicness in his voice, but he sounds like a young guy, not even like an older white guy who I would think would be in that position. And for them to do that just gave Trump the okay stamp to now send in the military or bring in the National Guard from other states, because that there is just open defiance. It's putting not only civilians in danger because the shots can be going any direction, so they're not protecting their citizens.
Well, this police chief that gave the stand-down order over the radio, to do that over the air where people could hear, and you know it's going to go public, that's how bad it is in Chicago. The president needs to federalize the entire city, including the police force of Chicago. They do not have a functioning government. It has been conquered by Antifa, MS-13, Trenda, somebody. But they don't have a functioning government or police force.
Like you said, they're going back to the old playbook. They don't know how to think outside of that book. And what's happening is just redundancy. And it's just what they know. It's in their bones. And they don't know any other which way to
You're right, IB. Hey, IB, I'm up against a break, but I do appreciate the call. Now, if you're on hold, stand by. You know, this morning, around 3:30 this morning, it started pouring down rain. Holy smokes. It was really pouring down rain in the middle of the night, the early morning hours. I was up doing show prep. You know, if you've got a wet spot on your ceiling, you've got a leak in your roof. You want to call Tom Laporta at Laporta Roofing. He covers both the east and west coast of Florida and everywhere in between. He's a good MAGA guy who will never sell you a roof you do not need. If you need just a simple repair, he'll do it. He works with every type of structure, municipal, commercial, and of course, residential. And, we are in hurricane rainy season. And you hear those winds coming. Oh, man. Even if you have a tropical storm, you still get wind gusts that are hurricane strength. If you have a Cat 1 hurricane, you still have wind gusts that are Hurricane 2 and 3. The way they classify storms is by sustained winds. But you've got a loose shingle, you've got a loose tile up on that roof that's causing that leak. You've got an entryway for the wind, and you don't want that. You want to get it taken care of. Call Tom Laporta. This number rings directly on his cell phone. You can call or text 954-604-4602. 954-604-4602. 954-604-4602. And online, LaportaRoofing.com. And remember, Tom Laporta is also not just a roofer, he's a contractor, which means in the state of Florida, he can deal directly with your insurance company on the cost of the repair or the replacement of your roof. 954-604-4602. Call or text him on his cell phone right now. We'll be right back. Oh, man. If you're on hold, stand by. If you want to call in, the number's pinned in the live chat, 888-465-2631. Hold on, guys. If you're on hold, hang in there. If you're watching on the stream with the green behind me, if you go to my main stream, you can see and hear all the audio that I'm sharing. And the link to that is in the description. Okay. Okay, we'll be back shortly. I'll take the calls when we get back from the break. Hold on, I'm just checking a couple things. We're back in a little more than 30 seconds. All right, welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian. Okay, we got a big update during the break. So, and I'll recap the main stories after the top of the hour. But Trump was going to send the Texas National Guard into Portland because a judge had ordered that he couldn't, use the Oregon National Guard against that governor's wishes. The judge has issued a second ruling forbidding President Trump of sending National Guard from any state to Portland. See, this is more of the rebellion going on. Who is a judge who may be naked under the robe for all I know, these weirdo judges they got out there? We've got another federal judge, unelected, ordering the commander-in-chief of the United States and the president of the United States what he can and cannot do with the military? We're in a whole new place. They've moved on from the lawfare and are in open rebellion now. This is a rebellion and insurrection against the federal government. No doubt about it. It's not even up for debate. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello, Brian. It's Steve from Boca. How are you?
All right, Steve.
All right, here we go. What the problem is that we have is all over our country now. It's in California. It's in Portland. It's in Chicago. It's in Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
There's a Chinese flag in Philadelphia. There's a mayor that's a Muslim mayor that's going to change things in New York. You have an organized communist takeover of our country. Trump has a very, very simple solution. Okay? If we don't solve this is the tip of the iceberg now. If we don't solve this, it's going to spread. And it could spread to the streets of Boca Raton and all throughout Florida, because it's only the beginning. What he needs to do at the moment is declare a national emergency.
Yeah.
He needs to arrest Pritzker, arrest the mayor of Chicago, and arrest anybody that obstructs justice and violates the law.
Yeah.
Furthermore, he has to bring in the military, and if any of these people that are deterring the ICE agents from doing their job get physical or do anything where they surround the ICE agents' buildings or do anything, and if they have any guns that are exposed, there has to be an order to shoot to kill. And we have to bring this to a closure. Otherwise, it's going to spread. And everybody.
Our country. What's happened here is the Democrat. The Democrat Party. Yeah, I agree with everything you have said. I'm not sure about the shoot to kill order. I don't know if that's it, but the Democrat Party has been taken over by different factions: Chinese, Muslim, Trinde, MS-13, other. There's all kinds of different factions, but our country is more occupied by these evil people than I think even Trump realized. It really is.
You can't. I don't mean shoot to kill. I mean, if they have guns and they do something to these ICE agents, the ICE agents should have the right to react.
They do. But they were in Chicago. They were outnumbered. There was one SUV with a couple of agents in it, and there were 10 cars of the terrorists that boxed them in with rifles. They were just outgunned.
Well, if they have rifles, what does that mean if they have rifles? What does that mean? What do you think it
They
means?
shot one of them. They shot at least one of them. She went to a hospital. The one that crashed into their car, the ICE agent shot her. She took herself to an emergency room.
They have to be careful. They have to be careful not to do things that are against the law. But if they're protecting themselves and fighting against people that have guns, what can they do to defend themselves?
Yeah. I know this, and there has not been a single Democrat who stood up and called for a stop to this resistance of the federal agents.
You know, I really want to appeal to these Democratic people to change the way they are, these government officials, because we do have a problem, and either they're part of the problem or they're part of the solution. And if they're not part of the solution, then something's got to be done, because we're really at risk as a country for getting turned inside out and just losing our country.
No doubt. All right. Appreciate the call from Boca. No, you're right. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
My name is Scott. I'm calling from Kansas City.
Hey, Scott.
Yeah, just to take a comb and comb out some of the legalese here, and that's because I don't always get to hear everything. That Trump is doing this with, I believe, National Guard and Reserve only, and not using federal troops.
Correct.
There is no argument with the Supreme Court or lower courts like the Ninth Circuit District about the Insurrection Act or posse comitatus. Do I have that about right?
Yeah, you can't use the regular army. That's why he's using the National Guard.
Yeah, so that's why that fight's not coming up.
But you know, what these judges are doing, I know a lot of people are saying, well, he just needs to ignore the judges. They're trying to set him up. The reason they're using the judges is not so much to stop him, because they know these are temporary things. They're trying to get him to disobey court orders from federal judges to try to get him impeached again or something along these lines. They're trying to get him to commit a crime in their minds. That's why it's important for him not to disobey the judges, to find workarounds.
They're building a legal snare.
Yes.
To trap him.
They're trying to trap him with, yes, that's right. And he hasn't fallen for it once, and they're escalating.
Yeah. Well, the only other point I want to make before I leave here is I've had two people tell me two different things, and maybe you can answer it. One thing is I hear a lot of times, and this is from another, I won't name names, but he brings up Civil War all the time, and he brings up states. It's not states, it's counties and cities.
Well, it's state, and with California, Illinois, and Oregon, it's both. It's cities and states. Karambasa, Newsom, Pritzker in Chicago. That weirdo governor of Portland's local authorities are, look, the local cops were working for Antifa, arresting that conservative reporter, Nick Sorter. They've, when he was attacked and he got arrested, so no, I mean,
that's pretty miserable, just like it was back in 2018.
This is a place we've never been before. Even during, in the 60s, there was a lot of upheaval. There's no doubt about it, but this is a little different than that. We have a lot of outside foreign interest that the Democrats are working with. This is an open insurrection against the federal government by these states, and I think it's important. I know, like you keep saying that. I think it's important to clarify. We're so bogged down in the news and these individual stories that people aren't focusing in on the big picture here.
No, and they're also focused on football.
Really? I don't think so. You're focused on football.
No, I'm not focused on football.
No, they're not focused on football. No.
No, the Chiefs went to the Super Bowl a lot, but when they did that bow down to the woke cult culture, I refused to watch.
Yeah, we're far enough away from this. We're not worried about that idiot at the Super Bowl yet, okay? But we'll get to that. Yeah. All right, I appreciate the call. Now I want to tell you guys, Mike Lindell at MyPillow. Guys, Mike Lindell's done a major expansion of his sponsorship of the program. That's why the morning show's now 4 hours, 3.5 to 4 hours every day. And a lot of the other content that I'm bringing you guys is sponsored by MyPillow. And you want to go to MyPillow.com, use our promo code Kane at checkout, Kane, and let Mike Lindell know that his support of this program is money well spent. Plus, not only are you letting him know that and supporting the program, you're getting great deals on incredible products. You can use the promo code Kane at checkout, Kane, on all the specials at MyPillow.com. The free shipping offer is still in effect. And there's all kinds of new sales going on right now as they're working to make space in the warehouse for the Christmas items, okay? So there's a lot of clearance sales going on to empty out the White House, empty out the warehouse before the Christmas season. All right, so go to MyPillow.com. Use our promo code KANE at checkout, K-A-N-E, for huge savings. You can save up to 80% off top in some of the most popular MyPillow products. And let Mike Lindell know that you're supporting this program at the same time. So go to MyPillow.com, promo code KANE, K-A-N-E, at checkout. That's K-A-N-E at checkout at MyPillow.com. All right, we're going to take our break for the top of the hour. I am going to recap and share the audio that I shared at the top of this hour when we get back from the break. If you're on hold, hang in there. If you would like to call in, the number's toll-free, 1-888-465-2631. We'll break for the top and be right back. Yeah, guys, I mean, these are very important stories. Very important stories. Okay, got them queued up. Okay, we got a little bit of time. I'll take a call during the break. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, Conservative Doug.
Hey, Doug. What's up?
You mentioned that they're trying to trap President Trump. Well, I can't see how they can trap. We're in charge of the Congress, so there's not going to be any impeachment. They may want to try it years later, maybe, but the Supreme Court already said that these judges can't overstep their authority.
Yeah, but he hasn't. But he hasn't disobeyed any of them yet. So they're trying to find cases they can bog him down in for years, and people in his administration and everything else. Not just him, but the secretaries and everything else.
Well, I would say at this point, he should say the Supreme Court already has said this. The judge obviously is ignoring the Supreme Court, so we have to just do what we have to do and ignore this judge. And just do it and not tell anybody what he's going to do until it's done. You know what I mean? I know it all leaks out that, he's going to use a National Guard from another state, and they all probably are quick to tell everybody what's going on. But he's trying to make it a little more secure and not let anybody know until it's done. Because these people just want to, like you said, bog him down and keep the things going, and hopefully they're going to win back. They're hoping in the next election they're going to get back control, and then if that happens,
then impeach him on the first day. Yeah, and then impeach him on the first day. That's what their plan is. But what they're trying to do is they're trying to get. If he defies a judge, they'll get some local prosecutor to charge him with a crime. That's what they're trying to do. Like Letitia, they'll get some state attorney general, or they're trying to entrap him.
No matter what he does, if he doesn't do anything, they're going to if they're in control again. That's what they do. They're going to impeach him for absolutely nothing, like they did before twice. And this is what he's up against.
All right. Doug, I'm up against. We're coming back, so I'm up against the clock. But all right, take care. Appreciate the call.
Okay,
all right. If you're on hold, hang in there. If you'd like to call in, the number is pinned in the live chat. If you're watching with the green behind you, go to my main stream. The link is in the description. You can see and hear the video. Okay, here we go. Stand by. Welcome back, everyone. Hour number 2 has begun. My name is Brian Craig. This is the Steve Kane Radio Show, Florida's longest-running radio show. We've covered a lot in the first hour, and I'm going to recap what is the big story of the day. We are in a very historical time in this country, and I think it's important to share this. Now, I've been arguing that the state of Illinois, California, and Oregon are in open rebellion against the federal government, that they have formed a second Democratic Confederate States of America. Remember, the first Confederate States were the Democrats too. They didn't like who won the election, Abraham Lincoln. They lost the election, so they left the Union, formed the Confederacy, and started the Civil War. That's what's going on here. And it needs to be stopped quickly before things continue to escalate. There was a major incident over the weekend in Chicago. And this is one of those, I was talking last week on the program that if you go through the history of the United States, there are these incidents that happen that change everything. We're in one of those periods right now. We really, truly are. And it's a big one. So we have these ICE raids going on. And the high-profile ones are in the blue cities because those are the sanctuary cities, okay? So that's where they're based out of, and that's why they're going in there. Now, we all knew that when Trump started doing the mass deportations, it was going to be unpopular, and Democrats would whine about it. The media would slander him with their fake news about it. But things have gone a whole new route. This open rebellion. It's not just the state's governors and local officials. It's also these unelected federal judges that are part of the rebellion, too. Now, what happened in Chicago, let me play this story for you. This is from Fox News over the weekend. This major incident in Chicago. Listen.
These two suspects were charged in federal court this morning with using their vehicles to assault, impede, and interfere with the work of federal agents in Chicago. DHS says these two were part of a group of domestic terrorists who rammed federal agents with their vehicles and boxed them in with their cars last night in Broadview, Illinois. DHS says the woman, Miramar Martinez, was armed with a semi-automatic weapon and has a history of doxing agents. And the guy on the right of your screen, he was identified by authorities as Anthony Ian Santos Ruiz. They say he was driving one of the vehicles during this attack on law enforcement.
A 10-car caravan followed and stalked our agents and then circled them in and pinned them down. They had to shoot their way out of their cars in order to get to safety. So we do have some bounties that have been released on the heads of our agents, $10,000 to kill them, and they're naming specific agents.
Okay. Wow. So that incident happened, and then there's a follow-up which I'm going to share with you. So I mean, think about it. We don't know how many agents were in the car. I haven't heard a confirmed number, but it was one SUV. I saw the video of a clip of the attack that one of the other terrorists filmed from their vehicle. The woman with the rifle, the semi-automatic rifle, rammed the ICE vehicle from behind after it was boxed in by a total of 10 terrorist vehicles. She got out of the car, as did others. The ICE agents not only were boxed in, their car was mashed up. They couldn't get out with the vehicle, so they abandoned the vehicle. They get involved in a gun battle in which they are outnumbered by a lot, and they're trying to escape on foot. Can you imagine? This was in the daytime hours. It was light outside. I don't know what time of day it was, but it was light outside. They call in for backup. We are under attack. We've been boxed in. We're being shot at. We are outmanned. They may be even outgunned. They call for backup. The backup, of course, is the Chicago Police Department. Now, the next piece of audio I'm going to share with you is a recording of the Chicago Police radio. I'm going to play the whole thing. An order is given to not respond. Okay, you're going to hear over the air, over the radio. When I say the air, I don't mean the air of this program over the radio. I mean you're going to hear over the radio air the patrol officers being told not to respond to these officers, federal officers under fire, under attack, that are outgunned, outnumbered, have been forced to escape, try to escape on foot from their vehicle, which has been crashed and boxed in. The patrol officers are told not to respond. There's some confusion at such a bizarre order. So then the order comes down again, and it's the chief of patrol for the Chicago Police Department who gave the stand down order to not give assistance, not respond to the federal agents under fire.
Okay. Any kind of particular hairstyle, just younger male Hispanic on foot wearing all black?
No hairstyle.
Okay, 10-4. And one is for the hit and run. This guy fled from the scene at 37th Place in Kedzie. It all occurred, started at I-55 in Kedzie. Then they fled southbound at Kedzie, where that offending vehicle crashed. They ran the federal agent off the road. They fled on foot westbound 37th Place from Kedzie. It was a male Hispanic younger wearing all black clothing. 99.
Yeah, send the cars in that direction. Have them stay put.
Okay, hear that? Now, here's the first order. I'll rewind it. The first order, the person's not identified, but an order is given to the Chicago PD, do not respond, stay put. Now, keep in mind, these ICE officers that have been attacked by overwhelming numbers, they've been forced to abandon their vehicle. There's been a gun battle. They're fleeing on foot. The attackers are also on foot, possibly following them, tracking them down, trying to find them with rifles.
Black clothing. 99.
Yeah, send the cars in that direction. Have them stay put 2 or 3 blocks away, all right? Have them hold tight until I give you further direction, please.
Wow.
Okay, 10-4. And for the units responding to 39th Place in Kedzie per 999, if you guys can just... For the units responding to 39th Place in Kedzie, if you guys can start heading there as quick as you can, and then just hold tight for instructions with...
Okay, so now they've been ordered to stay a couple of blocks away and hold tight. Do not respond. So someone in the police department is trying to get these ICE agents killed and allow the terrorist attackers to escape. This is like with the Charlie Kirk assassination. We had those 2 guys claiming to be the assassins. One of them said he was trying to help the assassin escape. We must have police officers in this audience, or retired police officers. Have you ever heard of a radio call going out in real life, not in a movie, not in a TV show, in real life? Have you ever heard a radio call go out ordering officers not to respond to other officers that are under fire and distress? I've never heard of such a thing happening.
Hold tight until I give you further direction, please.
Okay, 10-4. And for the units responding to 39th Place in Kedzie per 999, if you guys can just... For the units responding to 39th Place in Kedzie, if you guys can start heading there as quick as you can, and then just hold tight for instructions with 999.
999.
999.
Per the Chief of Patrol, clear everybody up. We're not responding over there.
Hear that? Per the Chief of Patrol, we are clearing out. We're not responding over there. Per the Chief of Patrol. Why hasn't Cash Patel and Bongino got out of their office and arrested this guy? What the hell are they doing? I saw them at the Charlie Kirk Memorial. That was nice. This is a federal crime now. This Chief of Patrol is trying to get these federal agents killed.
Responding to 39th Place in Kedzie, if you guys can start heading there as quick as you can, and then just hold tight for instructions with 999.
999.
999.
Per the Chief of Patrol, clear everybody up. We're not responding over there.
Radio check. And again, per the Chief of Patrol, we have all the units that per 999, Chief of Patrol said all units clear out from there. We're not sending anybody over to that location.
62, we're going to clear out as soon as we can, Spot. We're like locked in over here, so we're going to do the best we can to get out of here as soon as we can.
Wow. So the cops are like, well, we want to clear out, but we're blocked in. We're trying to get out and not give help. My goodness. I've never heard of something like that happening ever in my life. And to do it over the air, which they know is recorded, and God knows who's listening, they're not even fearful of doing it. You know, I want to talk about life imaging FLA. You guys were hearing me last week. I went in for a full body scan and a heart scan, which my cholesterol level's been about 300 for over 20 years. And every doctor I've had has told me I'm a heart attack waiting to happen because my cholesterol is so high. It really is. That's why you hear me talk about taking my blood pressure from time to time. That's why I took my blood pressure all the time. I was afraid I had, that I was going to have a heart attack in my 50s, and I'm in my 50s now. And thanks to Life Imaging FLA, I've found out a couple of things. One, I have no blockage or plaque buildup in my arteries. My heart scan showed I have the heart of a 20-year-old. Isn't that amazing? That's amazing. But because they did a whole body scan, I also have no cancers or anything else. But if they would have found blockage, I would have already had the surgery, whether it was bypass or stents. It is very common for people to go in there and have their lives saved by Life Imaging FLA because they find out that they have blockage, that they're about to have a heart attack, or they have some type of cancer. Life Imaging FLA can detect heart disease and even some cancers before you show any symptoms. And the scan they use is amazing, okay? I didn't have to get undressed. I wore my clothes. I didn't have to put on a gown. I thought I was going to have to get naked and put on a hospital gown. No, I didn't even have to take off my watch. Isn't that something? And boom, I got those results, and I have peace of mind. But if I would have gotten bad news, I would have had it taken care of. They're saving lives every day. Life Imaging FLA has locations in Broward, Miami, and Palm Beach County. Okay, call for your free heart scan with a few minimum requirements that's valued at $699. Just pick up your cell and call pound 250 and say free heart scan. That's pound 250. Just say free heart scan. You got it? Pick up your phone, pound 250, and say free heart scan. You'll be connected in seconds. We'll be right back. If you're on hold, stand by. If you're on hold, hang in there, guys. I'm just getting set up. We'll be back in less than a minute. Now, those of you watching with the green screen, if you go to my main stream, which is linked in the description, you can see and hear all the audio and video that I play. All right? We'll be back in less than 30 seconds. Pretty frightening. Have you ever heard of something like this happening in real life before? Police ordered to stand down with officers under fire. I've never heard that before. Ever. All right, stand by. All right, we're back. I'm Brian. It's the Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest-running radio show. Our number, 888-465-2631. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, Brian. This is Bill from Sanford.
Hey, Bill.
Look, I'm 82, and I remember the 1968 riot in Chicago I recently got out of the service after serving in Vietnam, and it was Democrats against Democrats about the Vietnam War. And Mayor Daley took a law and order stance. He called in the National Guard. He used the military. He was for law and order.
Yeah.
What a difference it is now.
Yeah, and Daley was a bad guy, okay, 1960 and all that stuff. Both Daleys were bad guys. But, you know, you're right. I mean, this is, I have never, you know, I've been following the news my whole life, and I've always been a follower of, like, crime. I have never heard of police going on a radio and ordering police to stand down when officers were under fire before. I've never heard that, not in real life.
Never heard that. You know, and I lived in Chicago at that time, in the south suburb, and I was born on the south side. So I know the politics of the Democratic Party, and I've been a Republican all my life. But let me tell you, I really was proud of Mayor Daley at that time for taking the law and order stance.
Well, this situation, you know, the chief of patrol for the Chicago PD giving a stand down order when these federal agents are under fire, outmanned, outgunned. You know, he had some knowledge of the event. How did he know? You know, why was he running interference? And who? You know, the attackers. One of them was a woman, the one that got shot by the federal officers in the gunfight. She had been doxing officers in the past, so she's been arrested. The other guy they were after immediately was a Hispanic male. So this is MS-13 or Trinde. So how is this police chief not in federal custody being questioned and having his finances looked at?
Well, yeah, because he put federal agents in jeopardy. Possibly could have been killed. 10 cars around him. My God.
Yeah.
And who knows if they all had rifles in their cars?
Yeah.
I mean, it could have been a bloody thing.
Yeah, it could have been.
And you call in your backup to protect any violence.
Well, the chief of patrol was trying to get the ICE agents killed, and helping the attackers escape.
I don't know what they can do to that patrol officer, the chief of patrol, but something has to be done to him, because that when you put one law enforcement in front of not defending another law enforcement.
Yeah.
There's something wrong.
That's right.
Something wrong.
All right, appreciate the call. Take care. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
PJ from Broward.
Hey, PJ.
Hey, you know, we don't have to wait until the midterm elections next year for the public to weigh in on what they think about these local governments keeping their local the police from protecting ICE agents. We got a governor's election in New Jersey and in Virginia. This should be brought to the fore.
Yeah.
You know, the Democrat candidates need to be asked, will you allow allow protection for the ICE agents in your states? That should be a very key thing.
That's what, you know, I agree with you. You know, I am focused, you know, listen, if you've not noticed, I've been on the air for over, 2 hours now, and I've been talking about one story and one story only. And that's not by accident. I mean, this story needs to become the talk of the nation, what happened. You follow the news like me, PJ. Have you heard anything like this happening in the past in real life?
No, this is open rebellion.
Yeah.
This is open rebellion. So they got to be put on a hot seat. And and also that what's his name? I'm sure you heard about it. The guy running for Attorney General in Virginia, he needs to be asked about this on top of his other problems.
Yeah.
That guy is that's a whole other thing.
I mean, there's not one good. There's a lot of criminal Democrats around. I mean, that's for sure right now.
Yeah, but these two elections in New Jersey in Pennsylvania, I think there are only 2 states that have governors running gubernatorial elections. This needs to be front and center right now. This is an important issue. It's a very important issue.
It is.
Will you? And I got a feeling there's going to be a lot of dodging, hedging, and hawing among the Democrat candidates. They're not going to give an outright
it depends.
answer.
The news.
So let that be on record.
You guys out there, you got to get this story out there because, you all have social media and everything else. The media are not. No one is putting this in proper perspective, and the news cycle moves so fast. This I got a hold of this radio call yesterday, and I didn't do anything with it because I wanted it to be. It was so crazy. I wanted it to be verified multiple times before I went public with it. And it's been verified many times by many outlets, okay? But the media are going to drop this if we don't make them cover it. This is you're right. These elections that are going on around the country, this should be the defining moment. And that radio call sums it all up.
And we're coming into the final month because exactly 1 month from tomorrow will be Election Day, November 4th in Jersey and in Virginia.
That's right.
Those
All right.
candidates, they need to have that as a main topic. One thing I found out, I'm going to be watching it on Thursday. There's going to be a gubernatorial debate in Virginia, so I'm going to be curious to see if they bring this topic up.
Yeah. All right, PJ. Good points. I agree with everything you said. Take care. I just got a text from Gary. Hey, Gary. Gary and his wife Irma go on our cruises, and he was talking about the radio call, and he said Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, the radio calls not to respond. That's true but different. At Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, we had 2 coward cops, okay? We had the school resource officer who was calling in fake radio calls because he was afraid personally and was trying to stay far away from the gunfire as possible. And there was a BSO lieutenant, a captain, a lady captain who showed up that ordered everyone not to go in. She was just trying to save her butt, okay? She was a coward. She probably still is. This what happened in Chicago is different in that there were officers under fire who were calling for assistance, and the chief of patrol, they have different chiefs. They got chief of patrol, chief of detectives, all that stuff. The chief of the patrol officers ordered them not to respond and give these ICE agents assistance who were under fire. That's a little different. The thing at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, while they gave stand-down orders, it was only because they were scared. The lady captain was scared until Coral Springs showed up and took care of business. All right. Who do I got? The Sloman Shield link. Having the Sloman Shield, the camera and everything else. My wife and I, we love watching our camera at the front of the house. And you guys do that. It's nice. It's relaxing. But it's so nice being able to see people coming up to the house before they even know, especially those salespeople that are always trying to get you to open the door. But I want to talk now about the Sloman's Shield Link. This is new, and it's an all-in-one ecosystem that integrates all your smart devices with your Sloman's Shield. Okay? The Sloman's Shield Link takes your everyday routines and actions based on your preferences and connects your devices to react to your actions. Listen to this. You come home at night, your lights are on, your TV's on, your favorite music's on as you enter the house. You don't have to turn anything on. Everything's already on. The Sloman Shield Link can act on almost any scenario, create scenarios based on what you want to happen, whether you want your thermostat to turn down when you turn your alarm on, automatically lock your doors, make sure your security lighting's on. These scenarios are a reality with the Sloman Shield Link. On top of that, Sloman's is compatible with the devices you already have in your home, so you don't have to go out and buy a bunch of new devices either. Sloman's includes installation for your devices, plus they offer 24/7 support. So whether you want to troubleshoot a problem or you want to add programming, you can call them anytime, 24/7. Give them a call. Ask about the Sloman Shield Link. They'll give you all the details. 833-283-5050. 833-283-5050. That's 833-283-5050. We'll be right back. right.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our biggest 3-in-1 sale ever with a limited edition product, a back-in-stock special, and a closeout deal you won't find anywhere else. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get our MyPillow bed sheets only $29.88. Any color, any style, any size, even kings. Regular $119.98, only $29.88. Once they're gone for good. How about our My Towels? They're finally back in stock, but not for long. Get a 6-piece My Towel set, regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And for the first time and the only time ever, get our limited edition premium My Pillows. They're made with Giza cotton and designer gusset. Queens $17.98, Kings only $19.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get the best offers ever. Quantities are extremely limited, so order now.
Yeah, and I was talking earlier. I got my report back from Mike Lindell and My Pillow on Friday. You know, and I've been telling you guys they've expanded their sponsorship of the program with all the extras that I'm doing, and they had a great response the first month, so they're going to continue for now. But you got to keep supporting them. So go to MyPillow.com and let them know. So we're still in radio break, but I wanted to share this. This is the governor of Illinois with Tapper over the weekend.
Governor Pritzker, what's your response to Secretary Noem? And as a practical matter, since you oppose this troop deployment, is there anything you can do?
What a monster.
Well, good morning, Jake. And let me just say that the secretary doesn't know what she's talking about. She frankly says that people are clapping. They're not. They're booing her on the street, and they're booing ICE and CBP. They're marching, the CBP marching on a beautiful Sunday in Michigan Avenue in downtown Chicago. They're raiding neighborhoods where instead of going after the bad guys, they're just picking up people who are brown and black and then checking their credentials. Are you a U.S. citizen? I don't know.
You know, this is nuts. Okay, this is their racial thing. They're just stopping people who are brown or black and questioning them, right?
Know about you, but I don't carry around papers that say I'm a U.S. citizen. So you can imagine people are getting detained, they're getting arrested, U.S. citizens. And they did this, of course, when they raided a building in the middle of the night in South Shore. 130 people that were emptied out of this building. They were going after a few gang members. And instead, they broke windows, they broke down doors, they ransacked the place, and there were people that were held, I mean, elderly people and children zip-tied. Elderly people held for 3 hours at a time. They are the ones that are making it a war zone. They need to get out of Chicago. If they're not going to focus on the worst of the worst, which is what the president said they were going to do, they need to get the heck out.
Okay, I need to play that on the radio and get back. But you see what they're doing? You know, this when I say open rebellion, this is what I'm talking about. I'm going to play this when we get back on the radio. We'll be back in 20 seconds. Stand by. If you're on hold, hang in there. If you want to call in, the number is pinned in the live chat. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian Craig. This is the Steve Kane Radio Show, Florida's longest-running radio show. Yeah, you know, what PJ said before the break is true. It's open rebellion is going on with the Democrats. I want to share this with you. This is the governor of Illinois on with Jake Tapper on CNN over the weekend on State of the Union. And, you know, with everything that's going on in Chicago, listen to what he says to Tapper.
Governor Pritzker, what's your response to Secretary Noem? And as a practical matter, since you oppose this troop deployment, is there anything you can do?
Well, good morning, Jake. And let me just say that the secretary doesn't know what she's talking about. She frankly says that people are clapping. They're not. They're booing her on the street, and they're booing ICE and CBP. They're marching, the CBP marching on a beautiful Sunday in Michigan Avenue in downtown Chicago. They're raiding neighborhoods where instead of going after the bad guys, they're just picking up people who are brown and black and then checking their credentials. Are you?
See this nonsense lie? They're doing this race card thing and everything to try to get try to get some more allies to the rebellion with that.
A U.S. citizen. I don't know about you, but I don't carry around papers that say I'm a U.S. citizen. So you can imagine people are getting detained, they're getting arrested, U.S. citizens. And they did this, of course, when...
Really, what U.S. citizens have been arrested? So far as detained, you ever been stopped for a speeding ticket? You've been detained, okay? What U.S. citizens have they arrested wrongly and deported? I keep hearing this.
And people are getting detained, they're getting arrested, U.S. citizens. And they did this, of course, when they raided a building in the middle of the night in South Shore. 130 people that were emptied out of this building. They were going after a few gang members. And instead, they broke windows, they broke down doors, they ransacked the place. And there were people that were held, elderly people and children zip-tied. Elderly people held for 3 hours at a time. They are the ones that are making it a war zone. They need to get out of Chicago. If they're not going to focus on the worst of the worst, which is what the president said they were going to do, they need to get the heck out.
Hear that? They need to get the heck out. So here you have Confederate Governor Pritzker here, the governor of Illinois. He's acknowledging that what they're harassing the federal agents to try to get Trump to remove them. They think they're going to turn public opinion against Trump to remove them. So what he's talking about is they're going to escalate with their rebellion. They're going to continue to escalate this. What the heck is going on here with our country? You really have to wonder how much of our country is under foreign control. And I pulled this up because of PJ's call. We have this Jay Jones Democrat who's been out there threatening Republicans and their families, and the Democrats are still backing him. Here's a guy, he is on Meet the Press yesterday. He worked for the Biden administration, and he's talking about Jay Jones, who was calling for the assassination of Republicans and their kids. Listen to this.
But can I also say in an interview with Leader Jeffries that can we stop with the pro-clutching about the mean tweets and sombrero tweets? That this week it came to light that a Democrat candidate for Attorney General State of Virginia called for the assassination of a political opponent, called for the assassination of that political opponent's family, and there's not one national Democrat calling for him to step aside. Not one. It's disgraceful.
Nira, let me let you respond to that because that is going to be a big...
Now, here comes the Biden official.
Big story, I think, in the coming days.
I absolutely think people should criticize that 100%. Yeah. I think it was a private conversation he had, but still awful and disgusting.
Oh, a private conversation to assassinate. When people are usually putting out hits on people, they don't do it publicly. Those are most often done in private. But since it was a private conversation, okay.
Graceful.
Nira, let me let you respond to that because that is going to be a big story, I think, in the coming days.
I absolutely think people should criticize that 100%. Yeah. I think it was a private conversation he had, but still awful and disgusting. Isn't calling for it public, but terrible. And it should be condemned. But then we should condemn that. But then you should condemn when the president calls the Democratic Party the party of Satan.
Yeah, in all fairness.
Why don't we just say both of those things?
I think I've paid the price for standing for political violence on our side.
But yeah, I agree with that. But let's criticize other Republicans or the president.
I think I clearly have. But the fact that not one Democrat has stood out when he called for a political assassination, this moment of political violence is crazy.
Yeah, exactly. The Democrats have this, if you're on hold, hang in there. And if you want to call in, the number's toll free, 1-888-465-2631. 1-888-465-2631. The Democrats keep saying, oh no, there's this report that shows that the majority of the violence comes from the right. And last week, Thursday, Friday, I pulled up that terminally boring report. First off, they're going back to incidents that happened in the early and mid-'90s, which includes the Oklahoma City bombing. That's one. So they're going back in time 30 years. Think about it. If you were talking about political violence in the 1990s, would you be going back to 1960? Well, the Democrats in 1962, would you do that? No. It's almost half a century, 30 years. But if you look at who they, in that study that they're promoting, because I see these pundits referring to it as well, not just our liberal callers, who they say are right-wingers, just they are not. Tim McVeigh, they consider a right-winger. So they give us 167 murders right there that they blame the right for. First off, over 30 years ago, and he was a Klansman, Tim McVeigh. Neo-Nazis and white supremacists in that study are classified as right-wing. They're not right-wing, okay? So their definition of what the right is off. And they're going back in time 30 or more years, which is absurd. And the reality of the situation is this. When they lost the lawfare and President Trump's popularity exploded, they shot him in Butler. And they tried to do it again. And they failed to assassinate President Trump. So now but since that moment, you would have thought the opposite would have happened. They shot a presidential candidate, and the next president, who's currently the president. You would think that they would tone down their rhetoric, but no, they amped it up. Charlie Kirk, just a few short weeks ago, was assassinated in front of the world live by a leftist, by a Democrat. You would think after that, they would tone things down. They're amping it up. We have federal agents under attack. And what do we have? We have Democrats saying, well, they need to get out of Chicago. They need to get out of Portland. They need to get out of California, and these things will stop. Since Butler, we've seen nothing but an escalation of violence, sometimes deadly violence, against conservatives, against the government. You know, Tim McVeigh, they list in that report as a right-winger. He was an anti-government guy. Well, isn't Pritzker anti-government? This chief of patrol in Chicago, isn't he anti-government? They're going after and opposing what the federal government is doing, the deportations. They're the ones who are anti-government. And you know what? They're extremist. When have you seen Republicans stand up and make excuses for people committing acts of violence with deadly weapons against federal law enforcement? Remember, they came out of those cars at the ICE agents with rifles and firing at them. And there was a gun battle. When have you seen that happen when it was the right that did that? All right. I'll get back to the phones and after the break. If you're on hold, stand by. Sorry I haven't gotten to all of the calls this morning, but there's a lot. This story, I had this tape yesterday. And yesterday afternoon, I was going to go live and do a podcast yesterday afternoon. I said, I just can't believe that this is going on, that this is real. So I had to verify it. And then by the time I did, it was getting late. I could not believe that there would be a high-ranking police officer in a major city going publicly saying don't respond to federal officers that are under fire, that are calling, begging for backup and help. It's a miracle they weren't killed. It's a miracle. They must be darn good officers, because the only one I've heard of getting shot is that girl that rammed them. I don't know how they did it. Maybe they did get hit and their body armor saved them. I don't know. But before I went public with something like that, I just had to be sure, because I've just, in my wildest dreams, I could not imagine something like that happening. And it did. Have you woken up this morning in pain, maybe a little more active over the weekend, cleaning out your garage, playing some pickleball, out golfing? Go see Dr. Appleton and say bye-bye to your pain like I've done 7 times. I've been talking a lot the last week or so about how Dr. Appleton's robotic laser works. And remember, the robotic laser, which moves around the entire area, covers and repairs the damage in the entire area. as an example, with my shoulder, because the robotic laser moves around, it treats the front of my shoulder where the pain is, the top, the sides, the back, underneath even, where my arm, every area. And the laser, which is completely painless, you don't even feel it happening. All the laser treatments are performed by Dr. Appleton himself. The robotic laser actually repairs the damage that's causing you the pain. That's why when Dr. Appleton has rid me of pain these 7 times, the pain has not returned, because he repaired the damage causing me the pain. Works on every type of pain I've heard of. I'm going to go through this list, which is an incredibly not a full list, okay? These are just some of the most popular pains that people have. Arthritis and bursitis, work and sports injuries, strains and sprains, repetitive motion injuries, post-surgical swelling, neck and back injuries, knee conditions, tinnitus, sciatica, spinal stenosis, fibromyalgia, plantar fasciitis, rotary tears, herniated discs, acute and chronic pain. The list goes on. Stop suffering. Go see Dr. Appleton. Remember, there's no surgery, no drugs, no downtime, and no appointment necessary. Walk-ins are always welcome. The consultation with Dr. Appleton is free. If you have x-rays or scans, bring them. Dr. Appleton will gladly look over them. Take advantage of this no-charge free consultation with Dr. Appleton. 954-973-0710. 954-973-0710. That's 954-973-0710. And online, AppletonCairo.com. We'll be right back. Okay, we'll be back in 1 minute, guys. 1 minute. All right, welcome back, everyone. Boy, I just looked outside. It is dark out there. It is most definitely hurricane season out there. All right, so back to this story. So here, let me go through the details of what happened in Chicago. This is from wokespy.com, which is a very good news source, wokespy.com. Chicago armed suspect shot by agents as mob surrounds Border Patrol. U.S. Border Patrol agents shot an armed woman in Chicago Saturday after multiple vehicles surrounded a team of officers during a patrol, according to the Department of Homeland Security. Oh, my goodness. The incident occurred near 39th Place and South Kedzie Avenue on the south side of Chicago. Department of Homeland Security said a group of agents was conducting a routine patrol when they were attacked and rammed by vehicles and boxed in by 10 cars. The department added that the officers exited their trapped vehicle. Imagine how frightening that is. When a suspect tried to run them over, the officers were forced to fire. So it wasn't enough that they rammed the car and were shooting at them. When they escaped the vehicle, they tried to run them over. You know, this is in the broad daylight. This is the incitement of violence by the left. Even since the incident, the incitement of violence, tried to run them over. So we've got a new piece of information there. The Department of Homeland Security says the officers exited their trapped vehicle when a suspect tried to run them over, forcing the officers to fire in defense. The Department of Homeland Security described it as an evolving situation and said FBI agents were on the scene too. I've lost all confidence in the FBI guys. I mean, you know, Cash and Bongino should be there. Kristi Noem's there. She's higher than those guys are. She's an actual cabinet person. The suspect is a U.S. citizen and was armed with a semi-automatic weapon, says the Department of Homeland Security spokesperson. So the woman that was shot, that rammed the car, she was a U.S. citizen. The woman was already known to federal authorities. The armed woman was named in a Border Patrol intelligence bulletin last week for doxing agents and posting online, quote, "Hey to all my gang. Let's F these mother effers up. Don't let them take anyone." This is the woman that rammed them and was the leader of the attack. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem said additional federal resources were being directed to the area. Today in Chicago, members of our brave law enforcement were attacked, rammed, and boxed in by 10 vehicles, including an attacker with a semi-automatic weapon. This is Kristi Noem talking. "I am deploying more special operations to control the scene. Reinforcements are on the way. If you see a law enforcement officer today, thank them," Kristi Noem said. After the shooting, the woman drove herself to seek treatment to get care for her wound. She drove herself to the hospital. A Chicago Fire Department spokesperson told the Chicago Sun-Times the woman was later found and transported to a local hospital in stable condition. Okay, she was on the street somewhere. She didn't drive herself or walk herself. They found her on the street somewhere. Authorities did not immediately release the precise time of the shooting. Thankfully, no law enforcement officers were seriously injured, Homeland Security said, which is a miracle. She also criticized state and local officials, saying, unfortunately, the governor, and the Chicago Police Department is leaving the shooting scene and refuses to assist us in securing the area. There's a crowd growing, and we are deploying special operations to control it. So not only do we have a gun battle, we have agents being fired upon. We have agents, they're trying to run them over in the street. They're running after them with armed weapons. There's been a gun battle. A crowd is growing. They're on the radio calling for help. Still, the order comes down from the Chicago Chief of Patrol to not assist. The Chicago Sun-Times reported that a crowd gathered near the scene. Federal agents used tear gas. The confrontation followed increased tensions around federal immigration enforcement activities in the Chicago area. Last month, Immigration and Customs announced Operation Midway Blitz, designed to target criminal illegal aliens who flocked to Chicago and Illinois because they knew the governor and his sanctuary policies would protect them. Well, we're in a whole new area now. Since the announcement, crowds have repeatedly gathered outside an ICE processing center near where Saturday's shooting occurred. You know, they're also endangering their precious illegal migrants. Remember, some got shot in Dallas. Fox News reported more than a dozen demonstrators were arrested in the streets near the facility Friday. Homeland Security said federal officers have faced vehicle attacks around Chicago in recent days. So this is not the only attack. Apparently there have been a number of attacks on ICE vehicles throughout the city. On Wednesday, so is it now policy of the Chicago Police Department to not respond? On Wednesday, the department reported criminal illegal aliens weaponized their vehicles in deliberate attempts to ram and injure officers carrying out their sworn duty to uphold our nation's immigration laws. In incidents in Bensonville, Illinois, and Norridge, Illinois. So there have been at least three incidents of ICE vehicles, at least two, maybe three incidents of ICE vehicles being attacked. Homeland Security spokesperson blamed elected leaders who oppose federal immigration enforcement for fueling hostilities. No doubt about that. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Dean from Mega Martin County.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, good morning. Hey, you know, it's time to start charging these anti-Americans that are, you know, like this chief of police that they told them to stand down. I mean, I think we need really to come in with an iron fist and just, you know, lay the law down, put the law to them. You know, that's obstruction of justice, what they just did.
Well,
you know, charge them with federal crimes.
What I've been calling it is it's a rebellion against the federal government.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, that's it. It's basically what they called J6, which is such a nonsense shit.
All right. Oh, first dump of the day. Can you believe we got this far in and we actually had to dump a Republican guy? I'm in shock. Well, you know what? People are upset. I get that. I get being upset. I'm upset. I did not think we'd go this long on this Monday without having to use the dump button. And certainly I didn't think the first dump would be with a Republican caller. I want to talk about coastal weight loss secret. You guys, go see Dr. Zuckerman. Give him a call. It's a free consultation. You know, I was in church yesterday with my daughter. And, you know, there's a lot of guys there that are my age. And you know what I was noticing? Do you know what I noticed about myself as opposed to the other guys around about my age, same age, a little younger, older? I was like the only one that had a flat stomach. They all had bellies. It was nice. It's nice to have a flat stomach. Yeah, I used to have a bit of a belly coming on, you guys. You know, it was happening. But thanks to Coastal Weight Loss Secret, not only have I lost all this weight, inches off my waist, I have a flat stomach now, and it's nice. Without going hungry, without starving myself, without taking any prescription medications or getting shots and injections, right? Eating foods I would normally eat and without any exercise. And it felt great to see that flat stomach. Maybe I should be thinking about other things in church. I know. I get that. But it's just nice to know. It's just nice to know. It's a great feeling. I look good. I feel great. And I keep seeing these people that have that use these medications and shots. That's not how you want to look. You want to look like me. You want to look great. So give Coastal Weight Loss Secret a call and set up your free consultation. You can lose 10 to 20% of your body fat in just 60 days. And remember, my results are typical with Coastal Weight Loss Secret. 561-247-6300. 561-247-6300. 561-247-6300. And online, coastalweightlossecret.com. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Oh, Steve, Gloucester, Mass.
Hey, Steve, what's up?
What's up? I'll tell you what's up. These people are crazy. That's what's up.
Well, you liberals out there, you know, you're not a liberal, are you? You're in Boston. You're not are you a Democrat?
No, no, independent.
Independent.
Yeah.
Why aren't you MAGA?
Well, I am actually.
Oh, okay, good. You got to be. I guess you got to be under. You got to be in the closet in Boston, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, I guess so. Well, what happened to me was, I had a stroke a while ago.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Right?
Yeah.
That's all right. I play PlayStation. Because I said I like Trump, I got banned off my account.
Really, off PlayStation? You can't play video games now because you're MAGA? Oh my goodness. Yep. I guess you got to get the Xbox then. All right, get in the Xbox Live. We're going to take our break for the top of the hour. Thanks for your call. We're out of time for the hour. If you're on hold, stand by. We'll take our break for the top of the hour. It's the Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest-running radio show. My name is Brian Craig. Our number, 888-465-2631. 888-465-2631. We'll be back right after this. All right, if you're on hold, hang in there. I'm going to go through this article when we get back, which I referenced, but this is nuts. Back in just a few seconds. All right, welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian. You are listening to Florida's longest-running radio show, The Steve Kane Show, on the radio since 1977, celebrating 49 years on the radio. It is Monday, and it's raining pretty hard outside. Oh, my goodness. It's hurricane season, guys. That's why I want to call Tom Laporta. Just to recap, I'll go to the phones in a moment. I'm talking about this open rebellion that's going on, and there was a study done. It's in Hot Air. And I put this on my X, Brian Craig Show on X. Democrat Party rhetoric has gotten more violent after the assassination attempt of Trump. And they go through a lot of detail doing Google search tracking and such, that the rhetoric is getting more and more violent every day. They've given up on the lawfare. Now they're just going for outright violence on the left, and they're not even hiding it anymore. All right, let's go to the phones. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello?
Yeah, you're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Oh, here we go. A winner.
Hi, Brian. This is Al from Illinois.
Hey, Al. What's up?
How are you doing? You're totally right about this situation in Chicago and in California.
Stand by, Mike.
I had called it previously, and I'd mentioned the word military to you before. And, you know, in Chicago, in places like that, in these sanctuary cities, they're basically giving these cartels a safe haven to conduct business, you know. And right now, President Trump has declared war against these cartels, you know, I mean, and they're also using military personnel. I'm thinking that with people like Governor Pritzker, who keeps on, you know, constantly, the guy, every time he opens his mouth, it's some kind of incitement or some kind of accusation.
Well, this attack on the ICE officers in Chicago, this was a military style operation. I don't care if the one girl that got shot is an American. The other guy they identified as Hispanic. This to me, and I haven't heard that verified that she's a U.S. but this is a military-like attack. And these MS-13 and Trinda guys, they have, some of them are ex-military, but they have military training. This is a very scary development in this immigration war and drug war that's going on. And it seems like these gangs own Chicago.
You know, Brian, you know, it seems to me like this is starting to get into the realm of where it's not really as much federal jurisdiction as military jurisdiction, which is a totally different code of law. If they get Pritzker and Newsom involved in some of these, you know, if they're a direct defiance of a federal, you know, law, they could wind up in a militry tribunal.
No, there's not going to be any military tribunal. There haven't been military tribunals since the Second World War. We're not going to have that. All these people that obsess over military tribunals. I mean, come on, give me a break. All right, appreciate the call. Speaking of the military, did you guys catch the naval birthday celebration with the president and first lady yesterday? That was amazing. And did you catch the push-up contest with the lieutenant general from the Marine Corps with Hegseth and all that? It was just, you know, certainly we got the military back on track from these weirdos that were running it. But all these people on the right that talk about military tribunals, I mean, no, that's not where you want to go in this. Why are there so many people that obsess over that? That's, first of all, that's counterproductive to talk that way, and you don't want the military becoming the legal system in the country. All right, you don't want that. Everything is fine so far as that goes. But we do have these Democrats in open rebellion, no doubt. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Brian.
Yes.
Hi. Good morning.
Yeah. What's your name? Where are you calling
Sean
from?
Here from Alberta, Canada.
Okay. What's up, Alberta?
Yeah. So what us Albertans here in Canada here, we want to separate, right? And we stand behind Trump. Like this is absolutely lunacy what's going on up here in Canada. And if you look at it, the Liberals and Democrats here are basically insane.
Well, there's nowhere in the world where the left are not insane. I mean, that's just the way it is. Is Alberta the one province where the premier wanted to leave Canada and join the U.S. a few months ago, and that was being talked about? Yeah.
Yes. That's what we're debating right now.
I don't know.
So we're looking at leaving Canada, separating, becoming our own nation, right? Because we do not agree with the policies from the far left liberals.
Yeah. Well,
and
you know,
Mark Carney seems to be. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, you know, listen, I can't worry too much about Canada. I gotta worry about our country. You know what I mean? It's hard for me to worry about Canada.
We love the States, but we're worried about our country. We would love to see somebody like Trump come into our country.
Yeah. Well, good luck.
Take full-blown control.
Good luck. I mean, you got a socialist country with a bunch of sellouts governing it. You know, they disguise themselves as globalists here in this country and around the world. They're not globalists. They're just a bunch of guys on the take. I appreciate the call. You know, one of the things that I've noticed this, you know, in the 10 years that Trump's been on the scene, you know, I get calls from people in other countries, Australia, Canada, countries in Europe. And what Trump has done is really united the English-speaking world against these globalist leftists. And globalism, you know, people always worry about globalism. Globalism's a cover, like climate change was a cover, you know, and Democrats are all on the take. There's a conservative guy, some of you may know, Tim Pool, and he had a liberal guest on, scheduled, they canceled. And apparently they wanted like $5,000 to appear on the show. And Tim Pool had pointed out, he has a guest on his program, liberal and conservative. He's kind of a fence sitter, you know. But he has liberal and conservatives on his show. And he said that liberals 99% of the time, higher than that, 99.9% of the time, 99% of the time, want to get paid to be a guest on the program. They want to actually get paid to be a guest on the program. And he says he's never had a conservative. He says conservatives don't ask to get paid to be a guest. You know, typically as a guest, you don't get paid. But he says all the liberals all want to get paid to be a guest. And sometimes it's thousands of dollars. And he had a guest that canceled that got a better offer to be a guest somewhere else, they said, for however bit of money. And he was talking about this because somebody was accusing him of paying guests to come on and things like this. You don't want to pay guests. And it really tells you the difference between the left and the right. Every liberal he's had on for the most part wants to get paid. No conservatives wanted to get, or even asked to get paid to be a guest on the program. And the reason that is, it's beyond just that conservatives believe in what they believe in. Conservatives recognize when you're a guest somewhere, you're being paid by the publicity of being on that program. You're being introduced to a new audience of people that may not have ever heard of you. And liberals want to get paid. And the reason the liberals all want to get paid to be a guest is because that's what they're used to. They're paid for everything. You know, all these liberals that you hear that give opinions, commentary, wherever they are, it's not real organic opinions. They're all paid to do what it is they're doing. They don't do it for free. And when I mean paid, they're paid by the powers that be, by the political powers. You know? And they don't stand for anything. They just say what they're paid to say when it comes to all these issues and everything. And Tim Pool, he's so consumed with himself, he didn't see the big picture there. But that's the reality of it. You know, there's not a single liberal out there who's voicing an opinion because they truly believe in their heart what they're saying, even the governor of Illinois or the governor of Oregon, right? There's some financial interest in it for them to take that position. I want to talk about Friendly Tire in Margate. You know, I just noticed it's raining. I went outside during one of the last breaks. It's pouring out. You know, and before I found Friendly Tire in Margate, I kept tires on my car past the time I should have. I really did, because tires can be expensive. Not a Friendly Tire, though. And since I found Friendly Tire, I don't know, 15 years or so ago, I've never driven around on unsafe tires, and you don't have to either, because you can get new tires out the door and on the road at Friendly Tire in Margate for as low as $75 a tire. And remember, Friendly Tire doesn't charge you to mount the tire, balance the tire, or even dispose of your old tire. So when you call Friendly Tire, the price he gives you is out the door and on the road. He has thousands of good used tires in stock as well. So whether you call Friendly Tire to get a quote on a new tire or a used tire, both prices are out the door and on the road. He can get all the name brands you know and love too. And he also does tire repairs. Give him a call. He'll give you a quote right over the phone. 954-977-9445. 954-977-9445. That's 954-977-9445 for Friendly Tire in Margate. We'll be right back. Hey, it's Brian. I'll put you on hold. I'll be with you in a couple minutes. Hold on.
DH.
Rhubarb.
All right, Ian, we have about 15 seconds. I'll be going to you.
Okay.
All right, welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian. You're listening to the Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest-running radio show. We're getting closer every day to our 10th annual Steve Kane, Brian Craig MAGA Cruise in March. And on the line, we have Ian from Cruise and Travel Depot, who's organized all of our cruises for this decade long that we've been doing them every year. How you doing, Ian?
Hey, good morning. Wow, a decade makes me sound old.
I mean, I can't believe it. I mean, gee whiz. I mean, we've literally spent months at sea together. We've done so many cruises now. It's pretty cool.
I know. I've spent more time with you at sea than most people.
Yeah, I know. We're like almost in the Navy, right? We've almost had like a full deployment. But we've got our 10th annual MAGA cruise is coming up on the Celebrity Beyond, which is amazing. And we got an announcement about it that we want to make. But I just want to talk just briefly. I'm a little short on time, Ian, but we got a big announcement I want to tell everybody. The Celebrity Beyond, Celebrity is a luxury cruise line. It's really like a yachting experience is how I describe it, Ian. You agree with that, I'm sure.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. I've been going on cruises since I was a teenager, and the first time I went on Celebrity, that was it. We take all our cruises on Celebrity because it's a very upscale luxury experience, but you don't have to pay that huge upscale luxury price with us. In fact, on this cruise, you're going to be paying prices from, 2019. We were talking on Friday, and you were able to grab some more cabins for our group at this low 2019 rate. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Well, I went to them and said, we're so successful at selling these, it would behoove them, to give us more group rates for our E2 Infinite verandas with drinks and Wi-Fi, and they agreed with me, and they said, sure, for your group, 10 years, bit of loyalty, so they gave them to us.
Yeah, and, our MAGA cruises, we're going to have a great time. We are doing a lot of things we've never done before on board, which we'll talk about down the road a little bit. But we have onboard activities we've never done before that I'm excited about. It's going to be a lot of fun. And Ian's been working on some shore excursions, which we'll announce as soon as the deals are signed, that are going to be out of this world, lifetime memories. And if you go with us, you're going to be paying less than anyone else on board the ship. I mean, we got that great of a deal. And we always have a great time. Everything we do is private and exclusive to our group. We've got a great MAGA family, and this is a large group we have. We always have a good sized group, but it gets bigger and bigger every year as our cruise family grows. So call Ian at Cruise and Travel Depot, 561-244-5779. If you get his answering machine, leave your name and number. Ian will call you back. If you get his voicemail, leave your name and number. He'll call you back. 561-244-5779. 561-244-5779. All right, Ian from Cruise and Travel Depot. We'll talk soon.
Have a great day.
All right, take care. Yeah, you guys got to join us. This is my annual vacation, and you're all invited. But no liberal stowaways allowed. These are good conservative MAGA people, and we always have a great time. All right, getting back to the issues of the day. Another thing, too, did you guys watch the president with the naval birthday yesterday, the 250th anniversary of the Navy yesterday? I watched all of that. That was amazing. Melania came out and introduced the president. I saw Pete Hegseth. And I also saw... they had the Army-Navy game, and you saw Pete Hegseth in the locker room. The military, and you saw this with the cadets yesterday with the president. I didn't see any beardos. I saw some mustaches, but I didn't see any beardos. But I was watching, as I was watching Pete Hegseth with the football players, from the Army-Navy game, and then I was watching the president and first lady yesterday with the Navy, I was really paying close attention to the service people. They are so excited to have the military back under control by normal people. It's been the Navy's been run by weirdos, really, and so have the other branches. But I think it was it Pete Hegseth or was it President Trump? Because I watched both of them speak, and I can't remember which one of them said this over the weekend. I think it was the president yesterday with the Navy. He said, it wasn't that the military was woke with all the transgender. It was the leadership, the senior leadership. And I think that's true. And when we had these, the push-up contest with Pete Hegseth, with the Marine General, the Navy thing yesterday, the locker, I was watching people online showing who was running the military during the Biden era, and you have these cross-dressing, high-ranking officers and everything, and we've gotten control of our military back. And it's not just that we've gotten control of our military. To me, it seems like the service personnel are very excited about it, right? They seem to be very happy about the turn of events since the election. And not only that, the Democrats, with the government shutdown that continues, the military aren't getting paid. And, I mean, this is a shame. Now, remember, the members of Congress get paid, right? They get paid unless they don't accept the check. They have to go out of their way not to accept it. And people are always concerned about the government workers and the government workforce, but the military aren't getting paid, which I did not know was affected by the military shutdown or the government shutdown. And, without a doubt, the government is shut down because the Democrats shut it down. They need 60 votes in the Senate to get the resolution passed. We only have, 53 seats in the Senate, right? So we don't have enough seats to get it through. We need Democrats, and they won't. And with all of this celebrating all weekend long with the military, and it was a weekend-long celebration with the military, it's the Democrats, in particular in the Senate, led by Schumer, that's stopping them from getting paid. And that is rough. The military, they're not paid. The high-ranking officers get paid all right. But most of the people in the military, they don't make all that much money. So that means all their credit card bills are going to be late. Their car payments are going to be late. And I know that there's all kinds of exceptions that are made for people in the service. But no, they still got to deal with all that. Might not be able to pay their rent or mortgages. And the Democrats just don't care because their precious illegals are more important than anything to them. And also their Trump derangement syndrome of opposing anything that Trump supports. And it's really sad. Now, President Trump made a promise to the Navy yesterday. He says, don't worry, he's going to get them paid. Now, how he's going to do that, I don't know, but he didn't just say that. It was whatever his plan is to pay them, he's figured it out. The government's got plenty of money. They got to have money somewhere, and he'll pay them. But they don't make enough to go. A lot of them are paycheck to paycheck. They've got families, even though they get paid a little extra, if they got families and everything else, they got a lot of bills to pay. And you know what? The Democrats don't care because they don't care about Americans. They care about South Americans, Latin Americans, but they don't care about Americans of the United States of America. And that's obvious each and every day that goes by. And they're not even hiding it anymore at all. And, this narrative that they're trying to get going that, it's the Republicans that have shut down. Everybody knows this is not true. Everyone knows what the situation is. And they're still pushing. They're still pushing. So like with this police chief in Chicago, who are they answering to? Who is giving Schumer their marching orders? All right, we're going to take our break for the bottom of the hour. If you're on hold, hang in there. My name's Brian. It's the Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest running radio show. We'll be right back.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our biggest 3-in-1 sale ever with a limited edition product, a back-in-stock special, and a closeout deal you won't find anywhere else. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get our MyPillow bed sheets, only $29.88. Any color, any style, any size, even kings, regular $119.98, only $29.88. Once they're gone for good. How about our My Towels? They're finally back in stock, but not for long. Get a 6-piece My Towel set, regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And for the first time and the only time ever, get our limited edition premium My Pillows. They're made with Giza cotton and designer gusset. Queen $17.98, Kings only $19.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get the best offers ever. Quantities are extremely limited, so order now.
We'll be back in about a minute, guys. All right, welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian. You're listening to The Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest-running radio show on this Monday, October 6th, 2025. I cannot believe it is October yet. You know, I went to the Drudge Report during the break, and the headline, it's a photograph of soldiers. Trump invades Illinois is the headline. You know, there's been a lot of mystery about the Drudge Report that's been going on for years about who really owns it. You know, the Drudge Report used to be the place you'd go to several times a day. It was like the news source of record, and now it's become, for the last many years, some left-wing thing that people rarely go to. But this is why I've been focusing on this one story all day long about what happened to the Border Patrol in in Chicago over the weekend, because the media are trying to paint Trump as some aggressor who's breaking the law, and that people in Chicago are defending their communities from some unlawful action, when the opposite is the case. And I know there's other stories out there, and I focused on this one, and it's not an accident that I focused on this one story all day, and I'm going to continue till 9. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, Brian. It's Greg.
Oh, hey, Greg.
Hopefully we could speak reasonably today, and you don't have to get it out of control. But let me ask you this question. Now you're saying, and I play devil's advocate with you for the most part, because pretty much you have all suck-ups that call you and agree with you. But let me ask this question. So now you're saying...
all suck-ups, you know, the people that are doxing me and asking me if I'll perform sex acts on the president and all this, those are the suck-ups? Oh, my goodness.
No, I'm talking about people you actually have conversations.
Oh.
But that being said, your stance has been firm, and has been 100% firm until a few moments ago, that shutting down the government doesn't have any consequences.
Okay. I'll say this to you. I did not know about that. So you
were ignorant to that fact.
No, I wasn't ignorant. I was wrong about one thing I was not familiar with. You know, hey, listen. I'm sorry, I'm not perfect.
You don't have.
That's what you're grabbing. So to feel good. No. Excuse. Don't hold on. Let me finish my thought. This is what you're grabbing onto to get you through your morning. That there was something I don't know everything.
I know, but guess what? Your job is to be educated on the comments
I am.
you make, even though you don't. No, and you don't even know the other consequences.
Oh, I don't know about this one. This one, and President Trump said yesterday that he's going to make sure they get paid. So it's not a problem now. He's corrected you.
Did he say how?
No, but he wouldn't say something like that if it was obviously something probably he hasn't given details because he doesn't want the left to go out and try to sabotage it. He's probably just going to go do it. It's not something he just said.
When will it happen?
He didn't say.
When will it happen?
He didn't say.
So what? He said he didn't say any details to give those people assurances, the one that serve our country. He didn't say, listen, by the way, his prediction, and listen, I believe in his policies. I just think the messengers are wrong, like yourself and the way other people message the conservative principles. But you know what? You should give details. If you're giving assurances to people, like you said, that are
because if he gives details, I'll give you an example, okay? A federal judge rules.
I don't want any.
I don't care what you want. I'm talking.
Go ahead.
President Trump was ordered by a federal judge not to send the Oregon National Guard in, or the Illinois National Guard. So he announced he was going to send the Texas National Guard to Portland and the Texas National Guard to Illinois. So then that same federal judge came back with another order forbidding him from using the National Guard from another state into Portland. So if he announces, okay, I'm going to make sure that all of our service personnel get paid, I'm going to take money from wherever and do it, they'll go to court and find a federal judge to order him not to do it. So he's just going to go do it. Or tell them as he's doing it.
All right. Well, with regard to that analogy you just presented your listeners, the bottom line is, guess what? He appointed that judge. That's a Trump-appointed judge. She was appointed. And the basis, did you read the ruling or any bullet points on the ruling, the basis of her reasoning?
No.
I thought so. So you give talking points. You listen to other people's podcasts.
No, I don't sit around. No, I don't sit around and read legal briefs. This is what I know. Excuse me.
No, just some bullet
No,
points.
this is what I know. For over 100
judge-appointed judge.
Excuse me. For over 100 nights, Antifa has been attacking and harassing the ICE offices and ICE agents in Portland. It's heated up a lot lately. We've all seen all the video. They attacked Nick Sorter, that conservative journalist, and then he got arrested. And he's sending federal troops. He wants to federalize the National Guard, to send them to that building like he did in Los Angeles to protect the federal building from these Antifa attacks. I don't care who appointed the judge. It doesn't mean the judge is right.
Well, no, but when the judge said that Trump, who is a Trump appointee, said in her ruling, stated that he's overstating the violence that's going on in Portland, and she doesn't agree with it, and we don't need a militia coming in. So she said, of course, she applied it initially to, Portland, but then when he points another Texas, she goes, no, wait a minute, I'm not differentiating between states. We don't want the military or National Guard in here, period.
Well, I don't care that Trump appointed the judge. They're wrong. Just because somebody it doesn't mean they're right.
But guess what? If that was a Biden or Obama, you would have said, oh, look, you would have pointed that out. You would have cared about it.
For all I know, they've intimidated this judge.
Yes or no, Brian?
What?
Oh, now you're coming
yes
or
no
with
what?
Conspiratorial plots.
I don't know why that judge came out with such a crazy ruling.
No, well, you asked me yes or no what, and you don't let me respond. If that was a Biden or Obama or Clinton, whomever, you would have pointed it out. But due to it was a Trump, you didn't want to point that out.
No.
Yes or no?
No.
You're lying to your pub. Have a great day. You're lying right there. And you know it. Have a great
because
day,
I didn't
Brian.
mention it? Please. No, I'll hang up on you first. He's trying to do a mic drop. Greg 2's trying to do a mic drop. Listen. Because a judge was appointed by Trump is meaningless in this case. Who knows? Maybe they got pushed through by somebody from the Republican establishment. Who knows how they ended up getting appointed by Trump? Doesn't mean they're right. And I've been watching the video online out in front of that ICE facility in Portland. It is scary. They attacked Nick Sorter again last night. It was terrifying. He was live streaming and on X, and they grabbed him, and he just kind of disappeared into the dark. I don't understand why Portland is ground zero for Antifa, but it is. And they've done their first couple of waves of Antifa arrest, and I'll tell you, I've noticed something about the Antifa, because we're getting to see them unmasked lately. They seem to be all white, and you got to wonder, is Antifa some type of white supremacist organization? Because all the ones they've arrested in Portland are white. Now, they do coordinate with Black Lives Matter, but I thought it was a little strange that they're all white. I don't know why that is. But this judge that made that ruling, who are these judges to tell the President of the United States what to do with the military? Right? Who are they? And there are a lot of Republicans who have worked against Trump. Some of them even that he's hired, right? I mean, how many judges has he appointed? So he's got one or two bad apples that turned out to be traitors. Shocker. It's bound to happen. But, you know, that's how the left operate, right? If a judge makes a ruling in their political party, no matter what the ruling is, they'll support it. Now, we're not that way on the right. You know, and we can acknowledge when people that are conservative or even appointed by President Trump make mistakes like that one. And there's no getting around it. But, you know, President Trump will find a workaround, whether that means he goes to the Supreme Court or they send in more federal agents from the different agencies to do it. He'll find a workaround. You know, President Trump isn't a lifetime government worker like these other presidents have been. He comes from the private sector. And in the private sector, you've got to find ways to overcome these obstacles because results are required or you're out of business. So he handles things where he's not going to let someone stop him. In fact, Eric Trump, I've heard him say that President Trump is at his best when he has people working against him. If you're on hold, stand by. We got time for a call or two before the break. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Respond to Greg.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, listen. I watch this Portland thing all the time.
Yeah.
They're in front of the ice, and they're literally they have to board it up because they were throwing Molotov
and Richie,
cocktails
not
out.
only that, they've been there for over they've been there for going on 4 months every night doing it.
More than that.
No,
And
they've been. It's been
stand down order. They won't go in there.
The
But you know what
the police are
will do?
working for
They'll
Antifa.
They'll clear the road so people can go to the spaghetti factory. But the hell with the ICE agents. They need Greg. That judge is out of her mind.
And you know, and you can see them. There's tons of footage of them right in front of the ICE facility. And it's kind of like The Purge is what it looks like. It looks like The Purge.
Oh my God! Some of them early in the evening they don't have their masks on. Some of them. Some of them look like runaway teenagers with blue and purple hair and nose rings. They look like they're like 14.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, this is outrageous. And for Greg to sit there with his law garbage. I
don't know. I didn't hear any law expertise come from him. I heard some talking points from some article or something that he heard. He mentioned a judge in a ruling, but I didn't hear him cite statutes or anything. He doesn't talk like a lawyer to me. I didn't hear, like if you see Turley on Fox, he's always talking about statutes. He gives numbers and never hear that. I got to run, Richie, but he doesn't talk like a lawyer to me. He said judge and ruling, but he didn't go through statutes and things like this. I want to talk about Joe Thomas. Listen, are you risking your retirement with risky investments? Me, I like a sure thing. That's just me. I like a sure thing. And, with annuities, your money is never at risk. And, one thing I learned years ago from someone who was very, very successful, I talked to Joe Thomas a lot about this when he's in studio, because, what I learned when I was younger is if you want to be successful at something, find someone who is successful at what you want to be successful at and, see how they did it and what they're doing. And what financially successful people have told me, I learned this from somebody a long time ago, and then I realized this is true of most people that are very financially successful. You want to have a minimum of 3 revenue streams coming in. As many as possible, but a minimum of 3. And because, that way, if one's slow, the other ones are doing okay. You understand what I mean? And with an annuity, not only is your money not at risk, you're guaranteed a revenue stream, an income stream for the rest of your life. Isn't that amazing? It absolutely is. So give Joe Thomas a call. The phone consultation is free if you're around the country, but you can also have a free in-person consultation if you're local. And Joe Thomas will put together a custom proposal just for you based on your situation, your goals. And there's so many different types of annuities for different types of things. They have different types of benefits and bonuses and everything else. And he'll go over all that with you. But turn your money into guaranteed income for life and stop risking your money. Here's the number, 561-743-0999. 561-743-0999. That's 561-743-0999. If you missed the number, just get it off his website, JupiterJoe.com. JupiterJoe.com. Call us on hold, stand by. We'll be right back. It is pouring down rain. I don't know if, can you guys hear it? Hey there, hold on. Okay, we'll be back in about a minute. If you're on hold, hang in there. All right, we are back. I'm Brian. You're listening to The Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest-running radio show. It's time to check in with William Youngerman from the offices of William Youngerman Incorporated with the Morning Gold and Precious Metals Report, the first one of the week. William Youngerman, how are the metals starting off the week?
Metals are starting off amazingly strong again after a huge close on Friday, pushing gold to $3,885 on Friday's close. That was up $29.50. Silver Friday gained 99 cents at $47.92 the ounce, while platinum was up $31 at $1,604, and palladium gained $13 at $1,244. Overnight this morning, we've seen gold trading in a range of $38.83, get this, all the way up to $3,951 the ounce, just $49 away from $4,000. And right now we are up $47 at $3,932 the ounce. Silver up 28 cents at $48.20 the ounce. Platinum up $8 at $1,612, and palladium up $16 at $1,260 the ounce. So the markets continue to push much higher. The market's behavior, it has not changed for the most part over the last year in this step ladder approach towards making new highs consistently, pulling back a little bit, building a little bit of a bottom or a floor, and then working higher. And that's indicative of a market that has not finished going up, that's for sure.
Yeah, and at these numbers, I mean, we could hit 4,000 any moment of any time now. I mean, we're so close.
Yep.
I mean, it's just going to boom. I mean, it's just going to happen. But even with this high demand and gold, you have everything in stock.
Yes, we do. Yes, we're one of the few dealers that have it all in stock still.
Yeah. So, one thing about William, not only is everything in stock, one thing I think is so important to point out, William, is you will buy back anything you sell. Can you talk about that?
Absolutely, yeah. For almost 60 years now, we've made a two-way market in all of the precious metals, which means anything we buy or anything we sell, we will buy back. And anything in precious metals, whether it's used jewelry or new jewelry or watches or any of the commodities, we will be happy to buy it from you and just bring it in for our immediate cash purchase.
Yeah, and I bring that up a lot because in the business you're in, that is not common. It is not. Others don't do that. He will buy back anything that he sells on top of these other things that he buys. At some point, you or someone is going to turn those metals back into paper money for some purpose, and you can always do that at William Youngerman's. He opens up at 10 a.m. His address is 150 East Palmetto Park Road in Boca, on the first floor of the Bank of America building, just east of US 1 Federal Highway on the south side of Palmetto. His number is toll-free, and remember, you can do your transactions no matter where you are on the planet, over the phone and through the mail, with William Youngerman. 1-800-327-5010, 1-800-327-5010. And online, WilliamYoungerman.com. You can find both his address and phone number at WilliamYoungerman.com. All right, William Youngerman, we'll talk tomorrow.
Okay, have a great day. Thank you.
All right, take care. Yeah, that 4,000, I mean, we are almost there. I can't believe it. That's crazy. Okay, let's go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Oh, this is Steve again. I just got a quick question.
No, it's one call per day. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, Jay from Jersey.
Oh, hey, Jay.
I'm calling because I listened to earlier your broadcast when I went back and heard you with your selective outrage. You and some crazy woman and Crazy Richie. You have selective outrage about the situation and let me turn that off. The ICE agents that were attacked. How come those ICE agents are more important than the policemen that were attacked by the savage white people on January 6th?
Savage
Tell
white
me the
people.
difference.
Okay,
Tell me the difference.
you ask a very good question. The ICE incident that we're talking about in Chicago over the weekend, they were boxed in by 10 cars. They crashed into them and got out and with rifles and started firing at the ICE officers, and a gun battle took place. Those that attacked the ICE officers, what did they have that the J6ers did not have when they entered the Capitol?
No, I didn't ask what they
I didn't care what you asked. I don't care. You think I care what you asked? I'm asking you. Well, you know, yeah, you know it. What did those attackers of the ICE agents have that the J6ers did not?
They had a lot more crazy white people.
No, they had guns. The attackers in Chicago had guns, and the J6ers, there wasn't one gun except by the cops.
Yes, it was.
Nope.
Yes, TJ, you go. You're lying.
No, you just made that up. You just made that up, and you know I'm right. That's why you wouldn't say it in the beginning. None of the J6ers had guns. They didn't have any weapons, in fact, but they didn't have guns. The attackers on the ICE agents, they tried to run them over with their vehicles after they crashed into them. That's a weapon. But they also were all armed with semi-automatic rifles. Big difference. All right, you're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Morning, Brian. It's Mark from New York. How are you?
All right, Mark.
Hey, I know that you're gonna cut it off because you don't like hearing an opposing view on it.
Of course I like opposing views. It doesn't mean I'm going to agree with you.
Okay. I appreciate that. The Democrats are not asking for illegals to get health care. That is such a misconception. In fact, what they're actually asking for is reimbursement for ER visits, because in America, we don't let people just bleed out in the streets because of their legal status. And the government has always reimbursed hospitals for that expenditure.
The problem is, come
they took that away.
on. All right, let me ask you. Let me ask you. Before I respond, I want to ask you a question. Are you serious, or are you just pulling my leg with this stupid point you made? Are you like a?
Well, that's.
I'm just asking. I want to respond to it, but are you like a conservative pretending to be a liberal? I mean, what you said was so stupid.
Is it? Did you look it up?
Oh, okay, so you're for real. No, I know the truth. Oh, okay. So you're serious. You're seriously this dumb. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay. You agree that you're seriously this dumb. Okay, I like that. He said okay. Isn't that nice? He admits he's dumb. No.
No.
Yeah, I said, "Are you seriously this dumb?" And you said, "Okay." Okay, so here's the thing.
As I was about to make my point.
Here's the thing. Oh, you made your point. Your point is you're stupid, okay, or you're just dishonest. The problem is not the people that are that walk into or get taken to an emergency room that have been shot and are bleeding out. The problem is that they use the emergency rooms as a free clinic, okay, for sniffly noses and everything. And they go there, and then they get them CT scans, they give them x-rays, they came in for running. Those things were being reimbursed, and if someone gets run over by a bus or they get shot in some MS-13 drug deal gone bad, they'll be treated, it'll be taken care of, okay? And unless you're really as stupid as you're sounding, that's the case. They're using the emergency rooms as a free clinic, and they've been getting reimbursed for that in the past. Those days are over. No more free clinics.
I just don't understand why we're giving $20 billion to Venezuela. They have universal health care. We give $40 billion to Israel. They have universal health care. Every other country in the world has universal health care, but apparently it's so complicated that the number one country in the world can't figure it out.
These other countries, okay, that have universal health care, like Venezuela, they have what kind of health care do they have for free in Venezuela?
Everything. They have universal health care.
Oh, really?
We just gave them $20 billion.
You could go down there. You could go down there and get a quadruple bypass and all this stuff and everything else. They don't have any health care in Venezuela. It's an anarchy. It's a communist anarchy.
Well, they do actually. I mean,
for the rich and elite. For the rich and elite.
Yeah. I'm just saying every other country.
Don't you understand? We have had universal health care in America for illegals. Right, with the emergency room scam that they've been running, and you know this. You're not as stupid. You feel stupid now, don't you?
No, but
do you feel stupid yet?
No,
you don't feel stupid. Well, you should feel stupid. You didn't think that call through. I was talking earlier. I was at church yesterday with my daughter, and there's a lot of guys my age in church, right? And I noticed I was the one with the flat stomach. All these other guys that were sitting around us in the pews that were around my age, some of them older, some of them my age, some of them a little younger, they all had beer bellies, except me, because of Dr. Zuckerman and Coastal Weight Loss Secret. My results are typical. I did all this without any drugs, any shots, any injections, any pills, and no exercise. I didn't starve myself. And my results are typical with Coastal Weight Loss Secret. You can lose 10 to 20% of your body weight in just 60 days. Give them a call and schedule your free consultation, and you can take advantage of this no matter where you're located. 561-247-6300. 561-247-6300. That's 561-247-6300. And online, coastalweightlossSecret.com. All right, back to the phones. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? You're on the air. Once, twice. Yes.
Hello?
Yes, hello.
Hi, Jody from Illinois.
Yeah, Jody, what's up?
I don't understand why are people comparing January 6th to ICE getting boxed in? There is no comparison.
No.
It's like we had a reason to be there. They don't have a reason to be there except to create chaos.
Mm-hmm. Well, January, even if their position on January 6th were true, and it's not, right? Even if it were true, but it's not. But if it were true, so they got one incident out of the whole history of the Republican Party and the conservative movement. They have an incident every other day, forever, for 150 years, okay? So even if they were right about January 6th, we have one incident, and they're allowed to have one every other day for 150 years? You understand what I mean?
No, I understand you. And
they're out of their minds.
They are, because we already know that there are FBI agents there.
Almost 300.
And then there are Antifa people or people pretending to be.
And Black Lives Matter.
And they're breaking. Yeah, and then so they're really comparing police officers letting people into the Capitol.
Yes.
And comparing it to
tourists. They're comparing tourists to this Tren de Agua attack. All right, appreciate the call. It's the Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest running radio show on the radio since 19 77. My name's Brian. We'll be back tomorrow at 6 a.m. God bless. Charlie Kirk. All right, we're clear, but I'm going to continue the show here on YouTube. We're off the radio right now. If you'd like to call in, the number is pinned in the live chat. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? You're on the air. Once, twice.
Hello?
Yeah, oh, you just made it. Yep.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, you called me. What's on your mind?
What's up, Brian?
No.
Listen, Jeff from Jacksonville. How are you?
All right, Jacksonville, put your mouth closer to the phone.
It is. Can you
Okay.
hear me okay?
I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Government shutdown. All right. Enough with this ICE.
I know.
It's irrelevant.
It's irrelevant. Yes, it's irrelevant that MS-13's firing and starting gun battles with federal agents. I know. Irrelevant to you.
You know, that's not lowering my health costs. That's not putting food on my table. You know, things that the president.
The government shutdown is taking food off your table? Tell me about that.
No, what the health care is, because in 2026, our health care is going up. It's going to go up in 2026.
Uh-huh.
And because he wants to do away with Obamacare. That's all this is. And, you know, and they're stalling because they don't want to swear in the Congresswoman, and because they're afraid to release.
So wait a minute. How is the government? How is the government shutdown? Excuse me. How is the government shutdown causing your health insurance to go up?
No, I'm saying the things that are going on in this country because of this president.
How old are you? How old are you? How old are you?
55.
55. You a smoker?
No, I'm not.
You a drinker?
Reformed.
You're reformed. Oh, you used to be a smoker. Well, that's why your insurance is going up. You're getting older. You're 55. You used to be a smoker. You're a high risk, and the older you get, you know, like I talk a lot. I got a bunch of life insurance for my family, right? I have multiple life insurance policies, and I got them a long time ago, and they go up. They go up, but I'm not in. You and I are about the same age, right? You say you're 55. What year were you born?
1971.
1971. You're not 55.
When am I then?
How old are you really? Why'd you lie about your age?
I'm 55.
No, you're not. Not if you were born in 1971. It's not 2026 yet. Hello?
All right. So
McFly.
What's your point?
My point is you're a liar.
So what's your point?
My point is you're a liar. I mean, why would you lie about that? I'm 54. I was born in 1971. I'll be 55 in 2026.
Okay.
Well, how old are you really?
Well, 54.
You're 54, but you said you were 55. You didn't know how old you are?
Well, I'm going to be 55.
You're going to be 55. Everyone's going to be 55 at some point in their life, if they live long enough.
That's true. Okay, so
why would you lie about why? You're obviously older than that. Nobody lies up. You're what are you? 60, 65, 58?
Just answer the question, will you?
Why'd you have to drop the F-bomb?
You're going to baby around the age. Who cares how old?
Well, you care because you lied about it.
So what your president is doing?
Because you're telling me your opposition to you're telling me that your opposition to the government shutdown that the Democrats have brought us, that are responsible for, is based on something that you made up.
No, the Republicans are.
Nope, the Republicans are. No, the Democrats. See, I got news for you. We're just on YouTube now, so dropping the F-bomb won't end the call like I have to do on the radio. I don't have to dump the F-bomb online. So you're here past what you wanted to be, okay? The F-bomb didn't get the call disconnected. That's your usual, let me get out of this and drop an F-bomb.
Hello?
Yeah, hello, McFly. The government shutdown. Tell me the political process in the Congress that it resulted in the government shutdown. You say Republicans are responsible. Walk me through it.
Because the Republicans did not show up to vote.
The Republicans did not
Friday,
what to vote?
They did not show up to vote with the Democrats. They did not. Trump did not want to.
Which house? Which house? Which house?
What do you mean which house? The Republicans.
There's 2 houses in Congress. Which body are you talking about?
The House of Representatives.
How can you be your age and have all these opinions and not know the basics of government?
I know that the Republicans.
Yeah, I know. You don't know Jack. See, the reason you're a liberal is because you're ignorant. You're wrong about everything. You were wrong about your own age.
Congress did. Listen, Congress came in. They did the Pledge of Allegiance, and they closed the meeting right then and there. They closed the session.
It's not. You said the House of Representatives.
Why do you stop? Why do you interrupt every time I try to make?
Go on.
That's what you people do. You got to interrupt. Just be quiet and let me get my fucking statement out, will you? Jesus, that's what you do because you don't want to hear the truth.
Oh my goodness.
That's the problem.
You're hysterical.
Yeah, you don't want to hear the truth. They closed the session because they did not want to swear in the congresswoman from Arizona.
It has nothing to do with the House. It has nothing to do with the House. It's in the Senate.
Because they don't. Dude, they closed it. They do not want to vote because they have to vote
to pass the Senate. To pass this in the Senate, you're doing everything to get hung up on. You're dropping F-bombs, saying Epstein. You're trying to get hung up on. It hasn't worked. Listen, it has to go through the Senate. It's held up in the.
I can't believe you have a daughter.
The F-bombs didn't work. The F-bombs didn't work. Epstein didn't work. Now he's going to try to bring up my child. I mean, what a pathetic man you are. The vote for the budget.
You are pathetic because you have a daughter and you do not care about these women that were raped, and your president was involved in it, and you don't care about it.
The vote on the budget goes. Excuse me. The vote on the budget goes through the Senate. We only have 53 seats in the Senate. It takes 60 votes to pass it, and not one Democrat will vote with the Republicans. All right. As much as I like watching you on the plank here, I got enough. He's starting to implode. He's running out of things to end the call. I'll just put him out of my misery. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
My name is Danielle from Boynton Beach. I'm a MAGA. And
yes.
I want to tell you I've been a nurse for 46 years, and I want to report something for all those uninformed, misled people who call your show. There's nothing free. I was born in Canada. I work in Canada. I work in France. And I work in the United States. And just so you know, my brother is still in Canada. I'm American, thank God. You know, it takes 5 years to see a dermatologist. So all this crap about free care, please give me a break. I want to tell you something, Brian. In 2016, when I voted for my President Trump, I was working in a big hospital there. And I can assure you that nobody talks about this. So when there was a veteran who would come to the hospital in Maine, we have to stabilize him with a heart attack. We have to transfer him to a VA. And guess what? It would cost money for our patient because they have to drive to Massachusetts where they have open heart surgery. They have to rent a hotel, pay for gas. Guess what? Our President Trump, my president, he changed all this. So now when there is a veteran who show up in any hospital in the country, now the family, the veteran, the surgeon, we can take care of him. So this is a big, big thing. Mm-hmm. Nobody talks about it. This is real. I've been a nurse for 46 years. I still work. Yeah. And I want people, even people, if you watch Fox News, you don't know everything. There's a lot of misinformation. So anyway, see you on the cruise, Brian. You do a great job.
Are you going on our cruise? That'll be exciting. Have you been on our cruises before?
Oh, yeah. You better, huh?
Have you been on our past cruises?
No, it's the first time. It's my first cruise ever.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, that's great. You coming alone or you bringing someone?
No, I'm coming alone.
Oh, we have a lot of people that come alone, a lot of singles, and you'll never be alone with our group.
I spoke with Ian, and he told me, he said, Daniel, I already know who you can sit with. And I follow your show, but I don't need to call. I listen. I was Red Pill in 2004, Brian.
Awesome.
I didn't know, Brian, because guess what? In Canada, I have to admit, I'm ashamed of it. Maybe I vote three times in my life as an adult. I never believe it. I'm not a real American. I dreamed becoming an American since I'm 5 years old.
Oh, that's amazing.
I never quit.
What a dream.
I never give up.
Dreams come true.
I'm a real American, and I'm more American than a lot of people who were born
my mother-in-law is my mother-in-law's from Canada. My mother-in-law's from Canada, and she's a U.S. citizen too. She became a U.S. citizen. Yeah. She just was in Canada last week. Listen, I got to run, but I'll see you on the cruise.
Awesome. Okay, bye.
All right, take care. Yeah, we got a lot of nice people that come alone on the cruise. You'll never be alone. If you come by yourself, you'll have us. I promise you. All right, let's go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
It's just Jeff again.
Yeah.
Jeff again.
Okay.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hi. Okay, am I on the air or you got me on hold? I mean, you on break?
No, I don't talk to people off the air. Especially people like you. Okay. Why would I talk to you off the air?
Because we can have a normal conversation, which I've been trying to do.
Are you the guy I was just talking to that was talking about my daughter and dropping F-bombs and taking the Lord's name in vain?
Excuse me. No, I did not talk about your daughter. I said you have a daughter.
Yeah, no, it's one call. It's one call per show. So you can call me tomorrow with your dirty mouth, okay? So I wanted to share. This is the governor of Illinois, who's in open rebellion, right? Before I play that, though, I want to play this radio call again from the police department for those that may have missed it earlier. So you've heard me talk all morning long. Over the weekend, these ICE agents, there were ICE agents in one vehicle. They were attacked. To me, it looks like MS-13, a Trinidad attack, because it was a military-style planned attack. They were boxed in by 10 cars. They crashed into them. The attackers got out with rifles, and a gun battle took place between the ICE agents and whoever these people are. One woman that was one of the attackers that actually rammed the ICE car was shot. She was an American citizen. The cops, the ICE agents, their vehicle was boxed in and mobile, so they left the vehicle, and they're trying to escape on foot. They call in for backup, and the chief of the patrol in the Chicago Police Department ordered the officers over the radio not to respond, not to give backup to the ICE officers who were under attack. Basically, the chief of the patrol was trying to get the ICE officers killed. This is the radio call. Listen, you'll hear the order come down, and then they identify who the order came from the second time. Listen.
Okay. Any kind of particular hairstyle, just younger male Hispanic on foot wearing all black?
No hairstyle.
Okay, 10-4. And one is for the hit and run. This guy fled from the scene at 37th Place in Kedzie. It all started at I-55 in Kedzie. Then they fled southbound at Kedzie, where that offending vehicle crashed. They ran the federal agent off the road. They fled on foot westbound 37th Place from Kedzie. It was a male Hispanic younger wearing all black clothing. 99.
Yeah, send the cars in that direction. Have them stay put 2 or 3 blocks.
Okay, see that there? There's the first order. Then they'll get more specific. A supervisor is on the police radio telling dispatch to tell the officers not to respond, not to give backup to the ICE agents who are currently in a firefight running for their lives on foot, having been boxed in by 10 cars, and they're overwhelming numbers, and they're outgunned.
Oh, wait, all right? Have them hold tight until I give you further direction, please.
Okay, 10-4, and for the units responding to 39th Place in Kedzie per 999, if you guys can just For the units responding to 39th and Place in Kedzie, if you guys can start heading there as quick as you can, and then just hold tight for instructions with 999.
999.
Now listen, here comes the chief.
999.
For the chief of patrol, clear everybody up. We're not responding over there.
Per the chief of patrol, clear everyone out. We're not responding over there. They're under attack. They're in a firefight. They're outnumbered and outgunned. They're on foot. The chief of patrol for the Chicago Police Department. Tell everyone to stand down. We're not responding. I've never heard something like that in my life. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, Brian. It's JJ from Mass.
Hey, JJ.
Crazy day.
Mm-hmm.
Very upsetting. Hearing the recording of the police.
No doubt.
Helping out the federal agents. I heard some stuff earlier in the show. I've been listening to the entire show. Well, anyway, I believe somebody said that ICE agents, that they can't arrest U.S. citizens.
Yeah, hold on one second. Hold on a second. Hold on. All right, yeah, go ahead. Yep. You heard someone say that ICE agents can't arrest U.S. citizens? Yeah, they're saying that on the left, yes.
Okay, yeah, well, that's crazy. Of course they can.
Yeah.
I mean, their main mission is the illegal aliens, but if you get in the way of an ICE agent, go ahead and do that and find out. You're a U.S. citizen.
They're federal officers. They're
federal officers.
Just like the postal police can handle more than mail.
Correct. I mean, they can. If you stop them from doing their duty, you're going to find out that they can arrest a U.S. citizen. Obviously, you can't arrest a U.S. citizen and deport them because they're a citizen. I mean, that goes
correct.
That kind of goes, unsaid. But anyway, and this judge, I heard a few callers. The judge that was appointed by Trump, I think that might have been Greg too. I mean, so what? I mean, in Trump's first term, a lot of rhinos were giving Trump advice. More than a few not so good judges got through. And for Christ's sake, I don't know if she's one of the three blind mice, but I mean, Antifa, it is a war zone there. I mean, Christ, Antifa firebombed Ice-T's tour bus because they're about as dumb as they come.
Yeah.
They thought it was an ICE bus. I mean, that's just, I mean.
And if they thought it was an ICE bus, well, aren't there precious illegal alien migrants on board possibly? Why would they be,
They're I mean, listen, the Democrat Party in this, it's sort of like a psychotic pogrom of hate, really. They're dehumanizing conservatives, and they're sort of, I mean, they're just causing people to go.
I got to tell you, I was talking. Steve Kane wasn't on the show today, and I was talking to him before, and he said, "Do you know what you're going to do on this show today?" And I said, "Yeah." And he said, "What?" I said, "Well, there's a lot in the news, but I said I want to spend the whole show talking about this one thing." And he said, "Well, what is it?" And I told him, he's like, "Absolutely." I've spent on the air going on 4 hours, and I talked about this one story because it's that important, and everybody needs to know about it, and it needs to be spread. I'm sorry, I can't talk about what happened on Saturday Night Live's opening monologue with that Puerto Rican singer or something. I can't do it. These three states are in open rebellion against the federal government: Illinois, Oregon, and California, and their governors and local officials are a party to it. That radio call from the chief of the patrol for the Chicago Police Department, I've never heard anything like that out of a television show, man.
Yeah, that was just, I don't know how to put it politely. Just beyond disappointing. And I just, listen, that is so, I don't know, Brian. I want to bang my head against the wall with that one. That is, I don't know what crime that guy broke, but he sure as hell broke.
He's obvious. This guy needs to be hauled in, and they need to check his finances and the finances of his family, an extended family. I mean, it's one thing to do what he did. This attack on the ICE agents that I've been talking about wasn't spontaneous. This was a planned op, and him coming in there giving this order so quickly, was he in on it? I don't know, but
we've had Soros, you go back to 2009 with Obama and Soros and all the infiltration, not just into all of the, are you still there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All the infiltration into, into the state governments, into the local municipalities, the big cities, the federal government, the judges, the DAs, police. Obviously, this police chief of police there, whatever the hell his designation is. It's like they're involved in it. There are basically spies within the wire. I've known that we've got a lot of crazy leftist commies within the federal government, because Obama's been putting them there from 2009 on, even through Trump's first term and certainly during Biden's. And now we're just seeing the fruits of that evil labor.
Well, and if you look, with the liberals that called today, you didn't hear any attempt at a coherent discussion of that incident.
Yeah, you hear the Griff Mark from New York calling up about I'm surprised by that guy. But then again, I'm not. That ER grift, the illegal alien grift on the Medicare. They go to the ER for a $300 aspirin, a CAT scan, a dog scan. $10,000 later, it's a paper cut. And that's all that's subsidized medicine for the rest of the people that live near that hospital.
Yeah.
They know the federal government is a guaranteed payer, so you come in and they just rack up.
And they know how to fill out the form. They know how to fill out the form so they can get it through. Yeah, that's right.
And that's basically the entire world.
One of the things that really, the ER is a business. How many of these freestanding emergency rooms do you see that hospitals have, like Baptist Hospital and stuff? They have all these freestanding ERs that have no hospitals, that are retail businesses. That's based on the Medicare model.
It's exactly.
I'm sorry, the Medicaid model, I should say.
Yes, Medicaid, Medicare, the government will pay. If you get a guaranteed payment for something, it's sort of like that. Build it and they will come.
Yes.
If you get a guaranteed payment by the government, you've got criminals in foreign countries that are, setting up hospitals under shell companies.
Correct.
Probably one of Biden's, and they're just they're sucking the lifeblood out of America. We've been so nice to so many people. And we've just been getting abused, and they've done the same. That's what they've done with medicine. We pay $1,000 for a pill; they pay $10.
Well, not anymore. That's being corrected. All right. Well, listen, I got to run, but I appreciate the call. All right, take care. All right, you're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Brian and Scott from New Jersey.
Hey, Scott. What's up?
Not much. Long time no talk. You and I used to speak in the Periscope days, by the way.
Oh my gosh, I don't remember, but that goes way back. I thought Elon Musk would bring Periscope back. It was part of Twitter.
I would love to have had it, but no, we go back. My old name was Scott NRA. I'm not sure.
Oh yeah. I remember you. Yeah.
Yeah. No, good to talk to you. Hey, Brian, I'm just going to kind of make it real quick with this whole CNN and the guy that came on that said that the officers killed somebody, they were never attacked. It's to go ahead. There's video out there of the whole thing happening. I'm just blown away as to, I guess, how one-sided CNN really has become, and to put out false information.
Well, there's a couple of things about January 6th, okay? And this is just something. The historical record has been inaccurately written about January 6th, okay? And all of us that are MAGA are going to we're going to be on our deathbeds explaining to people what really happened on January 6th. And when it happened, I knew that. When I was watching it live on television, I knew forever we were going to have to deal with that. It's unfortunate, but it's the way it is, okay? And no matter how many times you tell them, they're always going to go back to it. But what I said to the one caller, hold on, I've lost track of who's on what line. Hold on a second here. Oh, 1 second here. Is this you, Scott?
Yeah.
Okay, it's still you. I told this to a caller earlier, okay? The left have a couple of go-to things that they go to when they're losing. January 6th, and then they like to talk about Epstein. The thing about January 6th, even if what they say, this is what I said to a caller earlier, even if what the liberals and CNN say about January 6th were true, right? Even if it's not. We know what really happened. Yeah. That was a set-up thing by the deep state. This is what they've done in other countries around the world. That's why there were 274 FBI agents there. I promise you the guy that broke the window at the front door of the Capitol was Antifa. Look at and climb through the way he was dressed. Okay. But even if what they said about January 6th were true, that's one incident, right, on the right. They have an incident every other day for 150 years, and we would have one, and we're, you know what I mean? You know, and I knew when I was watching it on television that the rest of my life, every day I'm going to have to talk about it, because that's what they do, you know? And no matter how many times you explain it, and the historical record has been written by the media about it, and that's how it's going to be remembered, unfortunately.
But the part is, you know, it's false information that they're doing on there. Like, clear as day, false information. When you can see the ICE agents being attacked, and like you were saying just before in your show, it was a coordinated attack that they did.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't get how you could say that, oh, they killed somebody. They were being chased down. And it's clear as day, right in their face. When are they ever going to be? I mean,
you know what it was like? It was like the bank robbery. It was like the bank robbery in Heat. It was a gun battle in the streets of Chicago. And I'm surprised we haven't seen video of the actual gunfight. I've seen video of the car crash, but I haven't seen any video of the actual gunfight yet. But it wouldn't matter to these people. It was obviously, it was planned with military precision.
Yeah. It's just a shame what this country.
So what happened since Periscope? Have you been around since Periscope and just haven't called, or you just find me again?
No, I'll be honest with you. I kind of faded in the background. And I just focused more on like my family and everything.
That's okay.
Had some unfortunate incident, but I think it was yesterday. I was scrolling through the live channels and I saw you on. You'll say, I think it's like Half a Hole is my name on YouTube.
Half a hole?
Yeah, I saw you.
Half
live,
a hole?
Like, yeah.
Okay, that's some name you got.
I don't even know. It's just me messing around.
That's fine. No, but I remember you on Periscope.
I saw you and I was like, holy crap! I haven't seen Brian in forever.
Periscope was, for those that don't remember, Periscope was a live streaming platform. And it was done through Twitter, and they discontinued it years ago. And I had a really huge following there. And when I originally started live streaming, I live streamed there, and it was completely lawless. It was like the dark web Periscope. I mean, everything went on Periscope. There was no moderation of any kind, and that's probably why they got rid of it. But I thought for sure Elon would bring it back, but he didn't.
It'd be nice to bring it back, but there has to be moderation on it if they were to bring it back.
I mean, there were people
there were people out there that were...
Oh, yeah, I don't want to go through it, but it was bad. It was the worst things that you're thinking about right now. People were live streaming it on Periscope. All right, I appreciate the call. Take care. All right, you're on. Good to have you back. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Jeffrey Brown, Pittsburgh.
Hey, Pittsburgh, what's up?
So this might be a bit of a weird thing, but like with everything that's going on in the world, and I mean, I don't really follow Fox or anything like that because I mean, they kind of showed their colors in 2020. So I follow like IRL streamers, I follow like intelligence sources, stuff like that. And with all these countries moving towards the digital ID and the digital euro, and this will get to America, but I mean, Vietnam debanking, 86 million. Now you have the UK pushing for the digital euro, the UK pushing for this. Now Canada's starting its push, and now you have Sheinbaum down in Mexico.
Yeah, the drug cartel president. Yeah, she works for the cartels. Okay, so get to your point.
This is, to me, like, this is the left. They're trying to get it back to their left globalist.
Now, what they're trying to do, the reason these other countries are trying to go digital or all this stuff, it's to try to stop having the U.S. dollar as the international currency for them. That's what they're trying to do to weaken the United States. And that's not going to happen. The United States, we are the richest country in the world. We have the largest economy in the world. And that's why the dollar is the international currency. And everything they're talking about are these tiny little insignificant countries that are just trying. It's an effort to weaken the United States, and that's just not going to happen. Now, if Trump had not come back as president, they may have been successful. But
yeah, I wasn't at all. I'm 1,000,000% MAGA. I got the Trump 2028 hat.
Awesome.
That I love.
Well, and I'll tell you another thing. Like a lot of these leftists, they give Trump a hard time for getting involved in crypto. The reason Trump's involved in crypto, and he's done so much to have these crypto people here in this country, is he knows that crypto, digital currency with crypto, is here to stay, and he wants it done here, not in Uzbekistan or something, or Zimbabwe. You know what I mean? It's to control it. If it's here, we've got control over it. Yeah.
I'll make this one real quick. I feel like the globe is pushing towards globalist society. And I feel that the only way that America can allow that to happen is under American influence.
I don't know about that. America controls the world. We are the only superpower. China's not a superpower. Russia's not a superpower.
Oh man, I know. I watched their military parade. I mean, the DEFY looked like it was held together with J.B. Weld.
Mm-hmm. Well, listen, I'm gonna move on, but welcome to the show, and make sure you subscribe.
Thanks. I've been watching you. Thank you for taking it.
All right. Well, take care. Yeah. If you're new, make sure you subscribe. And if you guys could share the show on your socials, that'd be great too. And if you're already subscribed, please like the video and share too on all your socials. Invite your friends on all your socials to join the program. And if you'd like to support the program, become a Patreon supporter. There's a link in the description. If you become a Patreon supporter, you get access to commercial-free editions of all of my podcast episodes and a lot of other things. Plus, you're supporting my program. There's a link to my Patreon page in the description of the video. Or you can just go directly to patreon.com/RealBrianCraigShow. Patreon.com/RealBrianCraigShow. And become a Patreon supporter. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in. I will talk to you next time. My name is Brian Craig. This is where MAGA comes to talk. Take care.